Hey guys, how is it going? So basically, this is like an overview of what we're building today. So it's like a photography, a portfolio kind of website, and it's already built. I'll actually walk you guys through the entire process from starting with the starter kind of boilerplate to achieving this end product. Right. So this is the desktop view. So when you hover over the links, it has this kind of behavior, right? So when you scroll down, this is actually the hero section. Okay. So when you scroll down, you move on to the about section, which is right here, right? So when you hover over the button, there's a little cool effect as well. So when you scroll down, we have the services section, right? Okay, nice and clean, right? So then we have the portfolio section, right? So we scroll down, we have the um, the FAQ section. So FAQ section is basically, you can see it's actually in a grid form, right? We're able to actually achieve this, by using a much more very simple logic. You'll see later in the course of this lesson now we were able to achieve that. And so when you scroll, you can see it's actually in tabular form, and we just basically have like two in every column, like two entries in every column, basically, right? So we have like, I think we have like four rows here, right? So yeah, this will be a very cool trick for you guys to learn as well. This was built with the Shadcn library, not really a library, a non-component library. You basically have to install, what you need, like the accordion here. All right, so let's continue. So we have the testimonials part. So this here basically has a couple of, the cards. You can say that the cards are always tied. There's some sort of like underlying element you can see here. You can see here, right? So it's coming out quite well. And finally, we actually have the footer. So this is what we will look forward to achieving today. And yeah, it would be nice if you guys actually join me on this wonderful journey. Okay, so I'm going to like test it on a small screen for you guys to see. Right, so let me just close this out, open this alone. So now what we have here is basically on how it's going to look on a mobile device. So you can see we have this fancy little hamburger icon by this side. So when you click on this, you basically see, the links that you can play with, right? Then you can close it as well, right? So you close it, it's going to come up again. So when you scroll down, you can see that everything is obviously mobile responsive because that's the first goal. Because most of your users will be coming in from, I think the mobile device. So you want to make sure that what you're building actually meets that criteria. You can see all the sections are coming in nice and clean, including the accordion as well. Scroll down and you can see these are our cards on the mobile view, so we have them stacked. And obviously we have this display of category where stacked as well. So also will be the footer, right? So this is something we'll be building, and yeah. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so the very next thing we do is to clone the starter branch, basically, right? So we'll clone the entire repo, and then we'll basically focus on the starter branch. So what this branch basically contains is just like a dummy kind of boilerplate for us to start, the proper development. So what we're going to do now is that you can click on this little green icon as always, then just grab the URL, click on that icon. What you're going to do is to go to any folder of choice, right? So any folder of choice, I'm just going to click on here, go to YouTube project. In this particular directory, I'm going to open up my terminal, right? So what I'm going to do git clone, then paste in the link I just copied. I think I lost track of that link. Right, so I'm just grab it again and paste it right in. and hit enter. So we're just going to clone this repository, right, which is a good thing. So it's going to clone it, and then when it's done, we're just going to seed into it and install the packages. Okay, very good. So you can actually seed into that repository, which is photograph, exactly, and then we're just going to do npm install, right? Not sure what we're using, but for you to be for you to know exactly what's going on, you can just do ls. Let's say the package manager we're using. Definitely we're using an npm, so that makes sense. So you can just come here and do npm install. They should actually install all the base packages that we need to run the initial project. All right, so we'll just give it a moment for it to basically install. Okay, it's done installing. So what you're going to do, you just want to run npm run dev. You should be able to bootstrap up the initial development server, and yeah, should be good to go. Wait for the for the server to compile and do all those stuff. And when everything is ready, we can just proceed with development. So wait for it to compile a bit. Okay, it's actually done compiling, and that makes perfect sense. So we just you'll be greeted with this page, right? So what we're going to do is to open this up in your in your code editor of choice. Since basically I'm using VS Code, what I can do is to basically just create typically route. It doesn't really matter. You can just open up your VS Code in that repository. But then if you want to do it terminal wise, you just do this. This should open a VS Code editor for that particular repository, right? So now that we have this, we can actually go to the app.css, right? So let's go there. I think page.css, right? So you can just like remove all of this, right? And yeah, first of all, let's go to our project, right? So let's say first we need to determine the type of font that was used, right? So you can just put this in dev mode, have any of the text selected, and try to observe what you have, so you can be able to come up with a proper font. So I think you can see the font we're using here is manrope. Okay, let's see if we basically have a consistent font. Check all the text and make sure that the fonts are obviously consistent, which is a good thing for us, right? There's some designs that just have like numerous fonts, which is crazy, right? So this is a very great design that we just have a very consistent font, right? So what we're going to do is we need to set up this font within our system, and the way we can go about that is to check if this font exists on Google itself. So we can say Google font, just paste in that font. So manrope we're very lucky. It's definitely in a Google font. It's not like a custom font, so which is okay, right? Because Next.js basically has a pre-built font that you can basically use. So what you're going to do, you're going to go to layout, right? So you're going to remove all of this font because you don't need it, and you're going to import the local font. So this font is actually called manrope. You can paste it there, and what you're going to do is to import manrope from, I think, next font / Google. So I think this should be manrope M, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. So what we're going to do is to basically, bring out the font, the width, specify the width that we'll be using, right? Okay, so I've actually grabbed this from previous project to basically put the setup here. So manrope, you can actually see we basically have manrope, and then we specify some of these weights. But these weights are actually dynamic weights. So what we do first is to specify the subset, which is more of the Next.js thing, and then we have to specify the width we'll be using within the project. So what we're going to do quite a bit is to check the width of some header text, some normal text, and subtitle text, right? So let's select this. So you can actually see the width here is 600, right? Let's see this one, 400, which is okay. Here is actually 400 as well. What about here? 500. So we basically have 500, 600, 400 so far, right? So let's check this out. 500. Okay, so basically we just have 400, 500, and 600. So 400, 500, and 600. What about 700? Let's look for a bigger kind of text like this. This is 600, obviously. Yeah, I think we didn't actually have 700 used anywhere, so that makes sense. So if that is the case, you can actually remove the 700 width, right? So this is not relevant. So now that we have the basic setup, we have to proceed by drafting the initial. So first off, let me just update what this would be, right? So I can just come here and say portfolio website, right? So it's actually photography portfolio website. So photography website and description. Yeah, so this okay, there's just some plain description right there. And yes, now that we have the font set up, the very next thing we work on always is the color scheme, right? So you can actually take a look at this project. We need to identify the brand color, right? We need to identify the brand color, and from the looks of it, it just looks more of black to me, right? So it looks more of a black. So normally some project normally have some sort of like style guide or something, but let's see if there's anything on this guide, right? Oh, there is a style guide, which is a good thing. So you can come in here and you can actually see a couple of color styles and all those stuff. Now we can actually see now that we have primary colors, and obviously this is definitely the primary color as always. So we have dark shades, gray shades, and etc. Right? So which is okay. We don't need to rely on this much. We can go back to the actual design, and now that we understand that this definitely is the primary color, right? So we can actually grab it from here. So grab it here, have it copied, and what you want to do is to go to your Tailwind config, right? And we have to specify our colors. So colors and primary, we put it right there. So we have that set up, and we focus on the gray, kind of colors, right? So now I think the first one we have is the nav link, right? So I can just copy this. Let's make sure, let's see if this and this are the same. No, they're not. So you can actually copy this, and we want to paste it right in here, but then we basically have to give it a proper name. Let's call it nav color, right? So nav text color, which is okay, right? What about this? This will be our first custom gray, right? So I try as much as possible to prevent collision, right? So Tailwind on itself basically has a gray color, so you don't want to use something like gray here. You just have to use something different from the generics or from the basics. So we basically have the custom gray. You want to put in the copy text. I have it selected again. I can just copy it and I have it pasted right in here. That's a custom gray color. So let's see if we have other ones. What about this? Right, so this is like different from this, I think. Right, this is AF. This is OO. So this is more of what kind of color is this? Oh, purple. The very light purple color. Right, so we can actually call this light purple. So paste it right in there. And here, I think we're good for the most part. And let's select this again. This one, the one on the top, I think. This is actually 797C. Let's say we already have it. No, we don't. So this is like a title kind of text. So it's like a title, but a very small title text color. It's still grayish. So what we can do, we already have custom gray. We just have custom gray alt. Turn it. So we'll paste that in there. Right. So we have a combination of colors now. We have the actual gray. It is kind of surprised that this color 62 and this color doesn't match because they look quite the same, but it's fine. All right. So this is custom gray alternate, and this should be white. Same with this as well. So these are like white colors a bit. Let's have this selected. Okay, let's check this out. So this is different. This is CACA. Let's check if we already have CACA. No, we don't. Fantastic. This is very light. Should we call this gray again? Very interesting. This is actually very light gray, obviously. Alright, so we can actually grab this. And meanwhile, you have to be very careful. We're going to be using all of these colors. So the worst case scenario is that we have a color here and we have it, not used within the project. That's a very bad one. So we'll basically have to keep check of this and be able to grab or extract the exact color name. So we have a much more consistent flow. So we have the light gray and we want to paste that in there. And meanwhile, we have to group our color properly. All the gray should be in one place so we can easily track it. So this is the light gray, and yeah, we have that. And let's have this other one selected. This is AFB0. Let's see if we have AFB0 already. Oh, for some weird reason, AFB0. Oh, we already have this. More like the nav text color. I think we should give it a more generic name. Right. So we could just do custom output 2. Right. So this is basically gray color. So you come in here, paste it right here, and yeah, that's okay. That looks good. Okay. So for the most part, we're going to. I think those are all the major colors. E4, E4. Let's see. Do we have E4, E4? For some weird reason, we don't. Lots of inconsistent colors, I think. Okay, so let's see. E4, E4 is the title here. What about here? The CAC already have that. So E4, E4. Get another gray or gray 90. Yeah, custom gray. Okay, I think it would be nice if we just give it by the actual name. Right, that way we won't actually run out of options. Let's remove the E here, make sure it is spelled correctly. Okay, so this is custom gray 90. So custom gray 90, I have that pasted in there. Okay, so that's okay. So what about this? This is AFPO. We already have AFPO, just to be sure. AFPO. Okay. What about this? The same. Okay, similar. These are white colors. And what else? So it's actually evident that whatever we have here It's the same thing we'll be having here for the most part. So it's the same. It's the same. This 797C. Check this. We already have 797C. Okay, so we are almost there. Right. Let's come here and make sure that this is in line. This is C62, 64, 6264. We already have it. Good for us. And yeah, honestly, these are all the things we need. Let's check navigation. 797C. Great, great. So now we have a combination of all the colors we might be needing. All right. So what next is to basically export our assets, right? So we have a combinations of assets here, and we want to try as much as possible to, to export them as needed, right? And yeah, we can definitely do that. So this is something I really want to check out, right? We have this, all right? So what we can do here, we can export the entire thing, right? Which is more of a thing. This is like a reusable crossboard. Let's export this asset first. So click on the export key, click on the preview. So this bad guy will just export this little component, right? So we're going to call this arrow, right? Arrow purple button. So call this arrow purple button, right? So that's the first asset for today. And the second asset, obviously, are the stuffs here, right? So they're these stuffs. This like long list of things that should, obviously, I think it's just some sort of marquee tool or something, right? So I don't think there's actually like an actual prototype, but we can check it out. Let's see if there's a prototype for this design. So I want to make sure that what we have here is a marquee tool. It's basically a marquee component. So what I mean by that is it just moves itself this way to the left continuously without stop, right? It's like a moving test. All right, so for some weird stuff, there's no prototype for the design, but that's fine. So but definitely we can actually use something like marquee here, or we can make it static and wait it in the actual design. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to just export this, and we'll take care of the rest ourselves. So we export this guy, click on the export button, click on the export icon. So this is like a stars with many legs, I think. So I'll just call it legged stars. All right. So that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So the next part is this actual section, and let's see what's going on here. The combination of images and stuffs. So ideally, what you want to do is to just make sure that you're able to select it, right? You're able to select the entire thing. So what I normally do here is to grab the entire container of it, right? We want to grab, that's the first thing we do. You have anyone selected, right? We want to just grab this, grab the lots of moving parts. So let's try to grab the entire thing, right? And then switch this back to design mode. Now that we have everything basically selected, we want to group it. You can actually do this by doing Ctrl G, or you can go to your, to your left side pane and just look for the actual, container, like this images container. So this is actually enveloping the entire images. So you can just have it selected here, and then the next thing you do is to go to export, click on the preview, and you can see that everything is coming out nice and clean. You can easily export this, right? So you can actually call this hero, just the image in our hero section. Okay, so we can call that hero. So now we have to export. I am Damien, right? So this has Damien selected. So what we want to do here I normally suggest you do is you can have this any image selected here, and you don't just want to go to export and do stops, right? Because many a time you're not exporting the actual image, you're exporting the border radius alongside it. You can actually see from here. Let me show you guys. From here, you can actually see that we have a couple of border radius attached with that image, which is not something we need, right? So this is actually very wrong practice. What you do normally is to export the actual file and then apply those border radius yourself manually, right? So what we're going to do now is that we're going to have this image selected. You can actually make sure you are in the dev mode, right? Make sure you're in the dev mode, switch this to dev mode. And then in here guys, in here, you basically have this image selected. So you want to click on this, right? This is very important. I say this all the time, right? So you click on it, it's going to open the original image. So what we want to do, we want to actually save Damien's photo. So you're going to actually call this so I think we can actually put this within our downloads, right? So yeah, we can just call this Damien. Okay, good, right? So we already have Damien photo, right? So but then we have another star, more like a star shape. So we need to export this as well. So click on the preview, export icon, and we want to call this few legs star, I think. Few legs star.png. Yeah, if that is correct. All right. So and then we already have that. We just basically have to export our social icons. Now, one thing I see very commonly with these icons is that it's used like this most of the time. So let's go to a different section within this page. You can see we still have similar stuff, right? So it would be nice if we just export also on the footer. So now it's a very nice convention you do here. You don't want to export probably only the icon, export the entire thing. That will save you a lot. That will save you a lot of stress, going forward. So we basically have this selected. Now you can see that both the shape and the gradients kind of border, everything is coming out nice and clean. What you want to do is to export, and we want to rename this to Facebook icon. So we're going to rename this real quick to Facebook icon, right? So we have to do the same thing for Twitter, now X, right? So you click on export and export button. So the same thing, right? So rename this to X icon, and obviously select the last one, which is Instagram. Click on export and export button. So here, this is actually the Instagram. So we want to name that to Instagram icon. Okay, so now we have a combination of all of those guys, which is good, right? So we can actually wrap into a component like a border. So worry about that later on. So now that we're done with this, the very next thing we do is to come in. We already have this component, good for us. We already have this star, but we don't really have this grayish kind of star. The one we have, it's not grayish. So we basically have to export this as well. So export. Okay, so this is like double-legged star. This one we have in here, right? So yeah, so that makes sense. So have it selected. I think we've already exported it, so I'll just export it again. So this is it, and what we want to do is we want to make sure that this is I think legged. Okay, legged stars gray, right? So we can track it better. And then this guy, we need to export this guy, obviously Damien again. So So you click on this image and we just want to save. Damien 2, right? Okay, so good. We basically have to come to the other section, which is the portfolio section. We basically have a combination of some what we call this, chevrons, left and right arrows. So what we're going to do, we already have this within Lucid React. That's the icon library we're using, so we might not worry about that real quick. And so also with these as well. So yeah, we can easily get those. So the next thing we do is to export the things we might need, right? So normally, if you're not sure about some arrows or some icons, you can go in here. So what we're going to do is we basically have some arrow now pointing forward. So let's search for arrow, right? So you can just click on the icons tab here, right? So when you click on that, it's a little bit slow for some weird reason. Icons. Yeah, so what I wanted to do is to basically like search for the icons of choice. Right, so let me just click on Lucid. Oh, definitely network issue. Of course. Not as much. And click on icons. Okay, so let's search for the icon. So now is arrow. Okay, so definitely there is an arrow pointing upwards this way. You can use this arrow here, right? So I'm just trying to match it with the exact arrow. That one seems a little bit longer, right? So if there are no arrows here, we can just export, right? But I think this is this is perfectly fine. We can use that, right? So if it's not going to be a problem, we can just export it. So we have just that same design. So we can grab that and just export that. And what we're going to do is to have this renamed to arrow up. Right, so that's completely fine. And now we have the what's it called, the FAQ sections. So this FAQ section basically have some sorts of buttons that triggers up and down and stuff like that. So what we are going to do, what I think is very important we do here, is that we basically have 2 columns and 4 rows, right? So and now we basically have all these icons everywhere, right? So what we can do in this case is to make sure that we are basically exporting this, right? So you can just go back to design mode, have both selected, group them, and click on the export. Let's make sure we're actually grabbing the entire thing. So you can just have this, not that one. Okay, this one selected, I think. Right, so I have this one selected. And yeah, so you can come in here, you can actually see the actual image. So let's export this. So we're going to actually call this anything good, chevron up. Okay, so it's more of a component, so it's obviously more of a secular component. Secular chevron up. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for the other one. So we have these, and so this is the button, right? So let's click on export, make sure everything's coming out nice and clean, right? So we export this, and obviously it should be the secular. Oh, this wasn't spelled right. Let's just rename that real quick. Or chevron up inbox. Or in secular box. Yeah, that makes sense. So rename this chevron up inbox. So that should work. So let's just rename this real quick. Remove the E here. Right. So this chevron down, of course. Name is always a thing. Chevron down in box, and obviously, so move the E here. Okay. So yeah, we should be good. Should be good there. Okay, so we have those chevrons, which is a good thing. And so the very next thing we do are the stars, right? So these stars we can just use a um, React, React stars. There's actually a package referred to as React stars, right? You can actually use that there, but I think for this image is pretty static, so we can just use a static one. Doesn't really matter, right? So we can actually group this and let's export it as a whole. So we're going to just call these our stars. Stars. Alright, so that's okay. So the next thing we do, is this an actual image? I'm just curious. Right, so this is definitely not an actual image. But this is more of a text. But it's not really editable, so it's obviously an image. Oh, fantastic. Since this is definitely an image, what we can do is that we already have this component on top. We can just export this only. Right, so you come in here, export. Okay, so this is Damien big test. Right, and obviously we only have one shape left, and that's this guy, E symbol, I think. So click on export and let's have it exported. So we're going to rename this to E stylish E. Okay, so now we've come to the end of basically exporting our images, and now that we already have this, it's very good for us to piece everything together and make sure that we're doing the right thing. And I'm not sure if we've already exported this. Just to be safe, I will just export it again and export. Okay, so we can actually call this stylish C. It's more of a C shape. Right, so stylish C. Okay, so there was some issue with the spelling here. So stylish E, stylish C. Okay, thanks. Alright, so I think with that we've come to the proper end to this. And some of the things we might be needing, I think I might need, is the this little icon on a mobile device. We don't have this. I think we can basically just create this, right? And yeah, we can make do with this, right? We can make do with this one. And one thing I think is always very fine is we're gonna have it exported, and we have to make sure it's grouped. Right, so let's make sure that it's grouped. So it's actually grouped, just faint. So we export this, and we're going to call this hamburger. Right. Okay, so that's it for mobile screen. And then the mobile screen for this image has changed. It's no longer the way it is here, but a little bit condensed, I think. And so also for the what's it called? For the actual kind of navigation, right? So a couple of things we can do here. So what we will do, first of all, let's grab the image. Let's export this. Export this. We're going to call this hero small. So this will be the hero for small screens. Right. So, and also, since this is very much more of a consistent something, we can do similar stuff too. Right. So we don't need to even put it here or do all those stuff. So we can just export it. Export this guy, right? can easily export it for the entire thing. This is just also explaining different options, right? So you can export it, go in there, and what we're going to call this um, hero. I'll just call it a marquee for now, right? Hero marquee. So then we'll need hero marquee small. And this is what we'll be using on small screen devices. So we have this selected. We can export it. So we have to make sure we rename it properly. So this will be renamed to hero marquee but small. Hero marquee small. Great. Good. So now we basically have the structuring we need, right? So the rest are pretty much decent. So Damien, this is how it will be on a small screen, which is completely fine. Not really an issue. And we only expect one version of the E. Let's grab the other one. So this is the one on the right. So you can just click on export. Stylish E right. Stylish E right. So now we've been able to basically, export all our images. We just taking a second trip is to make sure that we're not missing anything out, which is fantastic. And this Damien is just a text, I think. Yeah, it's just a text, nothing much, right? It's just like a text, but then they're actually having it as like a logo or something, right? So I would say we'll go with a test. It's a man rope test, so it makes sense. We can just use an actual test for the color to come out more sharp. Okay, so now that is it, guys. We've basically come to the end of setting up the images. So the next step is to basically import all of these images we've set. So you can create a new folder here. You can call it images, and then we want to make sure that we are putting in everything we've exported today. I go to my downloads, I go to my date modify and put today. So basically I have these are all the things that we've exported today, obviously. I'll just close that. I'll have all of them selected. What I want to do is to drag them into the images folder here. So that's going to populate everything we've exported so far, and we're going to have a very sharp, a nice setup, right? So these are all things that we have basically exported, which is okay. This will be very great for us starting out. And yeah, so on the very next one, we're going to actually move on to building the actual navigation for both the desktop and the mobile. Okay, so now we can proceed quickly. Let's make sure the sound is coming up nice and clear. All right, so the first part has to do with the actual navigation. Right, so let's get that started with. And yeah, alright, so let's go to the code and make sure everything is still running as expected. Right, not sure what's going on here. We just clear this out and there. So our npm, we're actually using npm, so let's be consistent. Npm dev or run dev, I think. Okay. So let's remove this one, we don't need that. And I will just refresh this. So we can remove this and take this off. Okay, so now that we're back to the actual page, we want to start working on the base components, right? So this is actually /home, right? So that makes sense. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to ARP, then in pages, I'm going to remove everything here, basically. So I'm going to take it all off and replace it with just me. In here, we're going to include all the components we'll be using, right? And yeah, quite a bit. We need a couple of stuffs, and that is the Navbar. So if you've cloned, the starter branch, you see this will come, the Navbar company will come with it by default, right? So then let's break down the other sections. We have the hero section, which is like publisher of all of these guys, right? So let's go to source, components, go to new folder, call it sections, and we can actually be having some sort of cards as well, if need be, and then maybe table hideout. Now we don't have tables, so it's completely fine. So cards and sections, we just do it for us. So sections, now we can come here and call it section.csx. Okay, that's good. So section, do we have the about section? Okay, now we have to worry about the other section, the services section. Here are the service section. Forgot to include the .tsx. And then we have the portfolio section. Okay, so where do we have the FAQ section? Yeah, the testimonials section. And I think, yeah, we have the footer. But before the footer, I basically have this little, image display. It's not really like a section of its own or whatever. Or it's something that we can just add to the testimonial section, I think. Right. Shouldn't be its own separate section. And we can make it that as well. Yeah, we can make it that because it's wide different. It's extending to the right and to the left too. So let's create its own section for it, and we're going to call this. Yeah, we're going to call it the large test section. Okay, so that's the large test section. And finally, we have the footer. Okay, so now all that is left is to basically group everything together within the index. Right, so we have to go back to the app, the page itself, and we'll start by actually grouping them all together. We have the hero section. But as we have the about section, and we have the service section. So we have the portfolio, and then we have the FAQ. Okay, so we have the FAQ, and we basically have the testimonials. And we have the big text section, or large text. So large text section, and then we have the photo section. Okay, so these are all the components. Let's make sure that it's coming out nice and clean. All right, basically have all our basic setup, which is okay, and yeah, that's basically all we'll be needing, and we can actually dive right through to the actual part of this, right? So which has to do with us building the initial navigation, right? And yeah, quickly let me get a cup of water. Okay, so we can actually commence the Navbar building. And what we're going to do is to go to the Navbar and make sure everything is coming in as expected. First of all, let's fix our links. Let's close out all these ones. I have this pinned, and then let's see the links we basically need. I think we need the home, about us, portfolio, and services. So we're going to put them here. Call this home. Alright, so we're going to add more links here, of course. About me. Alright, so you're gonna copy this, paste it down here. Right, portfolio. Yeah, so for a weird reason, I must have missed must have removed the other part. And then last, I think we just have like services, I think. Services. Here we have, on this side, we just basically have, remove the link part. We just have the main button. So the text here is contact me. Right, so we basically have to, make this work well. And we're not using an actual logo, we're just using the name Damien, I think. Yeah, so just using his name. Okay, so what I think I will do to make it like way easier is to be able to reconfigure those names, just in case you want to put your own name. It will be easier to just change it in one place. So what I'll do, I can actually put this within our constant, right? So on the library, you can just create a new file and call it constant.cx. We have the portfolio owner name. We have export const portfolio owner name, owner first name, Damien, right? Or Damien. So you can choose to convert it to uppercase if you want, and just put a small letter, small case. So export const portfolio owner full name, so full name is actually this, I think. Damien Brown. So I'll make it small D and B. Okay, so I think the full name is okay. You just put it there. It was used in like one place, I think. Okay, so the very next thing we do is to be able to focus on the other parts that we might be using, right? So this is the name of the person that owns it. Yeah, so that's pretty much the same. So we can just export his name and use his name instead. So I can come there and change it in one place. So let's go and we'll put it there. So don't forget to export it. Alright, let's just see what we have so far. Damien, right? So basically have to, oh, we have a background color that we did not take notice of. So this is now the actual background color. So what I'll do, I'll go to our TS config and I'll set the background color right there. So you can just come here and create background. Right, so you can go to our main, it's more of a dark theme. We'll go to our page.csx, I think. What we're going to do here is we're going to just go to class bg background. That should give us a proper black background. Yes, also with a navigation. So navigation is already having some sort of bg white kind of thing. So we'll change this to bg background. Right? Alright. So what else we might be having has to do with the text, I think. So the text now, if you notice from this is it. Let's use this first. This AF, copy that. And let's see, I think it's custom gray or something. Yeah, custom gray note 2. And grab the name there and go back to navigation. And what you want to do, instead of having text gray everywhere, we just want to replace it with text custom gray out 2. So that should do it for us. And let's play with the actual logo. So this is actually a marrow font, and then the width is okay. So I just needed the content of the stuff, but for some weird reason we're not getting the content. So then we basically have to export it. So I'm going to export that and just name this logo for convenience. Oh, okay. If we do that to your logo, it will be very difficult for them to change the name. Okay, so I know what to do first. So let's grab the name and let's construct it. Text 3XL, font bold, uppercase, case, then text white. You should be able to, turn it to something good. So this is bold. Let's do extra light or extra bold. Okay, let's see. Still looking way bigger. Alright, so let's do this one is like 2 rem, I think. Let's do 4XL. Okay, 5XL. Okay, so something's looking good now. Alright, I think we can do 4XL, so it won't be that big. Right, so this we apply for medium devices. While on mobile, we can just do a much more smaller version of it, which is this guy. Right, so this one we can actually do that. So you could just do test 2XL on smaller screens. Okay, so this is pretty decent, not bad. So one of the things we would love to do is to work on this contact me button. So by default, I think most of the buttons we are having basically have this background. So we have to set this as the default, button background, so it won't be a problem later. So let me copy this and put it here. Let's see if we have it. No, we don't. It's completely fine. So go to Navbar, go to our button, main navigation button. Okay, so what we're going to do here is to grab the actual background. Well, not BG primary, it's just BG this one, I think. Right, this one. So I will select it. As for the border, very strange. This one, once I see. Okay, oh, background. That makes a lot of sense. So So this is actually BG background, right? And yeah, so the width of the buttons are not that, you know, they're not that wide, right? So on the default, the width can actually be 148. Now we're using rems. So you want to go to the right pane, click on this little icon, and put everything to rem. So we have the calculation in rem. So the width of this button is like 9.25 rem, right? So 9.25 rem, and then the height is 3.68. So the height now is okay, but then at the same time it's actually 3.68 rem. So let's have the height, right? So 3.68 rem, 6875 rem. Don't forget to include the rem. And yeah, we'll play with the width more. So the width here is like 9.25 rem. So that's our width. So you come here and you want to put in 9.25 rem. So this will be our width. I think we are done with the configuration of that button. All right. So let's see. The background does not really work well. Yeah, so the background does not really, is different from what I was expecting. Right, so this one is definitely this, right? I wanted to have this, but I'm getting something different. So what we're going to do is to, oh, this BG primary. Okay, let's check the BG background one, see. Okay, so let's check our, is 1C is actually correct formulation here, I think. Okay, so let's just make sure that we're still on the right track. Okay, I see. Yeah, it is. The difference is we need to include the what's it called? You know, the actual you know, this is the border, understandable, right? So when you over here, the background they're giving us is a little bit. Oh, I see. We have some sort of linear gradient here. Could have been a reason. I doubt. So you can click on that. Linear gradient. Let's see. This is the gradient. What is this color? Okay, so let's open up our main button. All right, so let's see what I'm playing with. So let's do this. Oh, fantastic. That was actually the button color. Crazy. Okay, so we have that. We have the height in place. You just have to make sure that it's a little bit rounded. I think it's already rounded, so that's fine. But then we can give the border radius a little bit of a notch. This will be the radius for us. Let's make sure that radius you know, matches what we are expecting. So let's look for rounded. Oh, exactly what we have. So that's good. These are the same design, so you can close this out. And now that we have the contact me button, yeah, what else do we want to do? Let's check this test. This is the font size for the test. So what we can do is to, you know, just go to the actual button. Why we're doing this is to prevent issues later on where we don't have to, you know, change the size of the button and do other stuffs, right? So you can as well just do them here for convenience, right? So you can come in here. This is the size height. There's a width, and yeah, so you can just come in here and do text 1.125 rem. Okay, so that is bringing it out more. Is it bold? Yeah. So it's definitely font 500, I think, for the most button. Okay, so that is it. When you override, we don't want well, this is not really bad. We can leave that. Right. So there are a couple of things we'll do before we move on to the mobile version. We need to specify some of the borders we are having already. Right. So now if you notice, this is actually built off of some sort of borders with some vertical kind of lines in between. So we need to be able to achieve this effect quickly, right? So we need to be able to achieve this effect. So one way we achieve effects like this is to be able to look for the enclosing container of the entire nav links, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to go to Navbar. Well, I think this is the enclosing container, right? So we can actually start working this is off here, right? We can actually do the border. So the border will basically just give it border of 1 pixel. And what we want to do is to get the exact color of this border. So border right, you can actually see, oh, they do a couple of stuffs. They just do border right, border right, border right. So that is fine. For me, I think what the first thing I need to get the color of each of this border, which is 1C, 1C. Right, so let's see. So that's background, a little bit weird because this is not the same thing as the actual background color. Right, so I think I'll just grab the one I used in the main. So that's 2F. Come in here and we just call it super gray. So I will paste it here. It doesn't exist before, which is okay. So I just update this one to reflect the super gray thing since we'll be using it more and more. And you can now come here and do border super gray. Right, so let's go and see what we have. Oh, nice, looking good. So basically I have to give it some height. So the default height here is like 5.4375 rem. So that's like 5.43 rem. So let's check that out. So the height of this component, so 5.34 rem, I think. Okay. So the width, we don't need to worry too much about the width. We can just give it padding to the right, based on what we have within the text, So each of the text we can actually. So before I do that, we'll do border radius. Border radius is like, let's see, border radius. The border radius here, here I think that's buttons container. Border radius. Okay, so this is it. 0.75 rem. So you can grab that, and this is what we will be using, for the borders. Right. So what we're going to do is to do border T. Then we'll just specify that this would be the border radius for the top. Okay, so of course it's not border, it's rounded. Let's see. Okay, so now we need to worry about the border right for each of this. So we'll start from here, I think. Okay, you can come in here and say border right. So border right super gray. Alright, so let's see how that comes out. So meanwhile, we can as well make sure that the container is displayed as flex. Right, so Yeah, so if we do that, it's not really extending to the actual width, the actual height of the container. Let's try flex stretch. Okay, or safe stretch. I think that is the word. Let's see if that works. Oh, good. So for stretch, we actually stretch it vertically, right? So that is a good one. I want to make sure we replicate the same thing in here, I think. But before we do that, let's make sure that this border is looking good as expected. So border right is actually 1 pixel, solid, and whatever, so it's completely fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to replicate this part in here, in here, and in here. All right. Good, good, good. So we can actually leave the last part. Last part doesn't really mean much. Okay. So now that we have basically have this setting, we need to add some sort of padding in between. So it's like 3.12 rem padding X on the X or horizontal axis. So what we're going to do is to basically set that up as well. So we'll just have all of this selected and do px 3.12 rem. Okay, so this should definitely be coming up, with the entire stuff we're talking about. And yeah, so one other thing that looks a little bit distorted is obviously the way it's being set. This could be due to the gap between each of these elements, I think. Right, so we can as well remove the gap for now and see how it looks. Okay, so that gap was actually affecting the flow, but now that it's gone, we have a much more consistent stuff. So now let's worry about the over effect. So when you over, you're supposed to have this kind of behavior, I think, right? So that's the same thing we'll do, not just like this. But when you over, you have, you basically have the entire thing highlighted. So for this, we're going to utilize Tailwind group. So if you don't know what Tailwind group is, you can do Tailwind group over, something like that. Okay, so let's check this out and just come up with any of this article. So I think these are like decent articles you can check out. Yeah, you can use this. So now what you normally see here is you can set the group. So this group now, whenever you overrule this text, it's going to overrule the entire thing, right? Whenever you're using a group over it, group over what's it called? Kind of property, is going to say, oh, test red 50, right? So that's to say that every test, basically has to, follow that person. So as you see in this design, you can actually see when she actually hovers over the group, they actually change based on the color specified, right? So when that group is over a pond, they basically everything changes regarding that. So this is the same thing we use to achieve this effect, right? So let's get started. So what we'll do normally is that we can just come here and give it a group, and that group is actually here. So what you normally do is to come in here and just call this the group, right? So now that we have the group, when you over this group, we want to have everything there, basically selected, right? So when you over, you change the background color and do all those stuff. So I obviously think we might not be needing group here. So on over, the text can actually be white, and then the background and over. So the background, which is definitely BG, pardon me, and what we normally use here is the super gray. So let's try that out. That should just fix our problem. Oh, nice and clean. Now, except services. Okay, services is having an issue. Let's see what's going on with services. So let's see. So services, we're having this. Oh, we're not really stretching, right? We're not really stretching. So what we want to do is to do self stretch on here, right? So that should stretch services as well. Okay, that's pretty decent. Okay, so that's good. All right. Okay, so when you override, you get to see those effects. So when you override, the border radius should still apply, right? It's not really applying in this case. So let's make sure that the border radius still applies on over. So what I'm going to do is, okay, probably just place this self stretch way before the border radius or the rounded was added. Not sure. Not sure. Not rounded. So I can pretty much undo it. So let's test the first one. All over rounded. So rounded can actually be what we've used before, which I think is this. So rounded top. Yeah, so let's see. Oh, okay. Another rounded top but the right. Right, so we only care about the right. I'm sorry, the left. Right, so what we're going to do, top left. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so it's actually coming out nice and clear. So we'll do the same thing for, I think, the services. But in the case of the services, it's going to be top right. Right, so we can come in here and specify the top right. Okay, so yeah, that's nice and cool. All right, so what other thing we want to do, focus on just some, like border here, and then at the end there's one other border, so let's see on the mobile part, then we still have it as well. So these are the things that will definitely be adding it, right? So let's check that out. Okay, so we need to add some sort of borders to the left and right houses. All right, so let's do that. So ideally, just come into here. Right, our logo is far from the top a bit, but let's try to just add some sort of border to see how it might look. So I think I basically have the border super gray and stuff like this. So I can just grab all of this and pass this right in there. Okay, so we just basically need to make sure that this is left. Okay, so we do have this, but the problem with this is the fact that it's really taking the it's going alongside the actual text logo, which is not what we want, right? So we need a way to be able to make it well positioned. So we undo that real quick, and okay, so what we're going to do is to just create a div, right? So maybe in here, I think, so we can place this guy in here as well. So about the same time, we can just put a kind of div with that same characteristics. How this works: super gray and then stretch it out. So we could just do that. Okay. So what we're going to do here is that we can actually give it some height. Let's do 4 rem. Okay, let's see why we're not getting anything. Self stretch. Oh, because it's not really like a flex container. Yeah, something like that. So, and then what I want to make sure we do here is make sure that it flex and they have some sort of reasonable gap in between. So maybe gap 4, right? And yeah, pretty much. Item center. Okay, and we have to be very careful here. The what's it called? We basically have some of those stuffs, and that's the fact there's actually a bottom border that we didn't take note of earlier. So we basically have to add that to the underlying component. So what we're going to do is in here, I think, right? So BG background. Okay, so let's see. So I want to turn this to BG red. BG red 300. Right. Oh, that's good. So we can actually use this, to do our bottom border. So grab all the bottom, all the kind of border setting we have previously. We can just like grab them and paste it right in here. And then we'll change this to, instead of right, once I just make sure it's actually at the bottom. B bottom. Right. So this would be on the bottom naturally. And let's make sure that there's no padding to the bottom. Right. So padding bottom, we can actually set that to 0. And that will make sure that there are no sort of padding on the bottom. Okay, so now that we already have this, the part that does not work well is this one here. So let's see why that is not working. Let's see if there's any padding whatsoever or the height. Okay, so yeah, we basically have to make sure that the height matches what we are actually anticipating. So let's do 5 rem. Right, so is it really matching it? Quite a little bit. So I will zoom in. Oh, okay, so that's completely fine. Let's see what we can do. Okay, a little bit. Okay, yeah, we can see it better, and we're very close to that perfection. 0.2 and 0.3. 0.3. Okay, that's pretty decent. 0.35. Okay, perfect. That's as expected. Okay, so that makes a whole lot of sense. Let's undo our zoom. Then now that we have that, and we basically have to replicate the same thing on the other part. So the gap between here and here is like 2.5 rem. Right, so the gap 2.5 rem. Okay, so now basically have to replicate this on the right side as well. Right, on this right side. On this side, let's zoom it in. Let me show that we have the same different gap. The same gap, 2.5 rem, of course. Okay, so let's replicate this on this other side. So what we're going to do is to take this, right? So we're going to take this. There's that same thing we have here. We can just copy it and we'll take it to where we have the main button. But then we'll change the configuration a little bit, I think. Right, so we'll just change the configuration, put the contact me, at this part, and put this guy a little bit downwards, I think. Yes, I think that gives us a very similar behavior, right? And that is good. So one other thing we need to do is to make sure that there are no margin on the on that there are no margins on top. So what we do, we can easily just inspect this, right? So let's check this out. Let's check where we're actually using this. So copy that and paste it right in here. Okay, we're using within here, same Navbar. So yeah, there we go. So this is it, and you can actually see we have some padding on top as well. So we just do padding top 0. Okay, so that should do it for us. But then what we're going to do is that in here, for this particular row, it has to be some margin on top, like the way you see it here. The margin from here to the top is like 1.88 rem, which is okay. So this is what we'll actually be specifying here, which will be easy for us to do. So let's go to the container, which is this container. So what we want to do is to do padding top. So 1.88 rem. Okay, so not really, not there, I think. Okay, so or the margin top. Let's try that out. Or margin top will actually, it works in a way, but not really the way we want it to work. Right, so what I think we can do here is the height here might really be the issue, right? But I wanted it to just like stretch. Let's grow. Will it just grow? Not really. So let's see. There should be a better way for us to handle this. Allow itself stretch. It still doesn't really stretch properly, and right, there's a couple of things we can do. Let's take a step back a little bit. Right. So yeah, padding does not really work. We wanted to make sure that we had some padding top here. But I think what we can do is that we can actually create some sort of artificial padding top here. So if this does not work, then we have to alter the actual height again. So you can create a normal div here, give it a class name, and paste this in. Let's say the behavior of this, I think. So this doesn't really do anything. It doesn't do anything. That is strange. How else can we stay away from the top? How else can we stay? Okay, so let me try one more thing. Alright, so I think going through the thought process, we can actually do mt6. Just saying, let's see if that works. No, it doesn't. It's the same thing as 1.88 rem. Okay, so the height here, right? So let's now play with the height. If there's a way it can come in together. Let's do 6 rem. Oh, okay, I see. 7 rem. Okay, so let's zoom in a bit. Make sure that it's touching it as expected. Right here, it's it's actually like touching the edges, which is good. So yeah, with that we can actually replicate it in the other part. So what we're going to do is to just fix our height to that 7 rem. So it's more of a fixed height in this case. So what I'm going to do now is to copy that and make sure that is the height that the button, the symbol itself is taken. So we say that. Good. Right. So let's see how this looks in normal average devices. So this is the way it's going to look. Quite well. Quite well. So not bad at all. Looking great. So one other thing I think I'm going to figure out is the way we is going to be on the actual mobile script. So that will be very fascinating. Right, so let's see. Our mobile is going to be something like this. So let's design this real quick. Okay, so we're going to have this set up immediately, and this is how it will go. So in the mobile version, we still have similar links, right? So that's not going to be a problem. So we can copy every links we have and paste it here, right? So just paste it here. So what I think the style doesn't really do much, just this. So you can copy everything we have here into that single style. So similar thing, we do the same thing here as well, and have it pasted in. And lastly, we paste it in here. And how it works, you can take that off, doesn't matter in this case. And this section, down section, we can grab. Here we can grab all of this. I think what we actually need is just this button, contact me button. So you paste it in there. So on the mobile screen, we should be seeing something relatively reasonable. So you click on there. Alright, so basically see all of this. So I think what we can be doing here is we can be using white as the actual link color. Right, so white will look good. Okay, good. So then the logo, I think we can use the same Damien logo, but then we'll just have to reduce the font size, obviously. So copy that, and we'll take that here. Right, so this is Damien stuff, yeah, looking quite good. And this X button, right? So we need our hamburger icon, which is this. So what we're going to do is to have it linked. So we have images hamburger.png. So let's check it out mobile. Close it out. Oh, our hamburger is coming out nice and clean. Okay, not bad at all. So let's see if we're giving it any form of like fist width, right? Which is something we don't want to do. Let's see, X and the hamburger. No, not fist width. So that is fine. So click on here, we see this, click it, and it will close. So X can actually be text white. This white as well. So when you click on this, you'll be able to see this nice ones. When you hover over this, we don't want the background to change. Right, so you can go to the contact me button and we'll modify the classes. So on over, PG should still remain background, I think. Right, so when you over it, it's still the same. Yeah, that lets you effect. So that's completely fine. And when I was actually scaling the size, I noticed a little bit of difference. There is a push here. Yeah, there's a little push here if you notice. When we zoom in, there's a space here. This is the space we do not want. Right, and then there should be some sort of level of gap between here and here as well. Right, so let's quickly fix that. Okay, so what we're going to do is to first of all work on the gap between all of this, and Yeah, so obviously we have this, then we have this, and then we have this one. So the gap here, we can just specify 4, right? So that should give it like a very generic gap in between, right? So that's pretty decent. So then, yeah, that means we already have a gap, which is good. So the good part has to do with the gap in between here, very slight gap, but it's just looking a little bit off. So let's fix that gap. So what we're going to do is, it's actually related to the height we specified. We basically have to obviously reduce it. So reduce it in the both cases. So let's do 1. Okay, so 1 basically reduce the height, and obviously still touches it as expected. So that's a good one for us, right? So we might as well reduce the the font size in other devices, I think, right? So first let's just reset this. So we have this, oh sorry, take this off. Let's enlarge this. Good, right? Pretty much okay, as expected. Great. So looking quite good and coming out well. Okay, so this is it for the navigation in the desktop part. So the last part of the mobile version is for us to be able to do this, right? So there's some styling here, we have to add it as well. So what we do, we can just take the styling out of it, and let's see what we can do. No, it doesn't have to be, we can put it back, and yeah, this is where we go. So let's set this up. Let's set this up. So we have one on the left, we have one on the right. Okay, so let's do that. So let's copy what we already have in the previous one. Okay, so we can just copy it and go to the mobile version, and we want to actually target the logo, right? So which is this. So what I'll just do, I'll just grab this whole thing, right? So I'll paste it in here. Oh, I think the text should be white. Okay, it's already white. Okay, so we might have to reduce this. Doesn't have to be like that. And any form of any form of margins or paddings, we have to take it off. So let's see if we have any paddings whatsoever, right? So this text is 10 mx margin on the x-axis. Yeah, we don't really have a padding, but for some weird reasons, let me take the height off first. Oh, if we do that, we just have this. So obviously there needs to be some sort of padding. Yeah, gotcha. So this is the padding. I think this py4. Oh, of course. So this py4 is what we do not need. Yeah, that's the last thing we need. So we make sure that the gap makes sense between here and here. Though it's very small, it's like 1 rem, right? It's like 1 rem in gap. So but still we need to make it make sense, right? So the gap between here and here is gap 4, which is just 1 rem. Oh, not in the text, not the text base, between the yeah, so between here and I think the actual text, right? So it's like here, just put margin left 1 rem. Yeah, something like that. Is pretty distant. So So the daemon test seems to have too much gap. So we have to reduce the gap there for the daemon test. So we can just do gap 4. Okay, so that's okay for mobile screens. And let's do the same thing on the right. So on the right basically has, I think, this one. Okay, so border right. Okay. Alright, so let's just grab everything we have here and paste it in here. Okay, so it's not coming up on the right. That's the worry. Right. Oh, not there. Not there. I was actually in the wrong spot. So let's undo that real quick. What we meant to do is to put it close to the hamburger, I think. Right, so you can actually put the hamburger here. And then we have to grab this div and paste it right here. Okay, so then we should be able to have something like this. So we just grab the entire div and paste it in. So what we're going to do is to make sure we're still doing the right thing. Then remove this part and paste it in. So we can now stick it with this part. Okay, so yeah, it's coming in as expected, but lots of gap. Lots of gap. So let's fix the gap we are having. So what yeah, so this gap 2.5 rem might not be needed. Okay, so that gap is obviously not needed. And yeah, so one of the gap we want to do is the padding bottom. Yeah, so we need to give it a very good padding bottom, right? So let's look for the one we used before. Okay, so border bottom, something like this. So give it to this container, I think. Okay, so that should actually give us that lets you smooth effect. Okay, so yeah, the only puzzle left now is this little shape. Right, so let's fix this little shape. This little shape, it's very easy, right? So, but we need to be very careful when handling it. It just has to do with us wrapping the hamburger around some stuffs, like some borders. So where's the hamburger? Okay, so here we go. This is it. So we have hamburger, and yeah, so nice. This is what we'll be doing. We actually be doing border, right? So first of all, it's actually border top left. So it's like a rounded, yeah, so rounded top left. We have to specify what is needed. So this radius is like this. Right, so it definitely might not really come up because there's no border yet. So you can easily just specify the border super gray. So that should give us, a good context of what to expect, right? So now in the design, they actually make sure that this was actually touching right at the bottom, right? But in our own case, on this small screen, you have to make sure it's touching the bottom, right? So how do we go about this? So this is like what we'll be doing. So what we'll do is to reduce the actual height of these stuffs. So how do we go about that? It's always very easy. The height we used here, coinciding with the height we used, then we just update it in real time. So let's do 6, right? So let's do 5. Okay. So yeah. So basically, let's do 4. Yeah. So this is the goal we want to achieve. We want to make sure that it's touching it at the exact point. So it's touching it here, I think. A bit. So we still need to go a bit lower, 3. Yeah. So if we do that, yeah, we need to be very careful so we don't lose track of what we have on the sides. So let's do 4.5. Okay, so 4.4. Okay, so about that. So what we're going to do is to reset this, inspect, go to mobile screen. This is what we are having, right? So I'm going to close that out, and yeah, now start by actually improving, putting in some 2.5 rem on top of the actual text. So we have this. We just need to add some, some padding on top. Yeah. So this is the way we do that. Is we can easily come here and just do monitor 2.5 rem. Let's see how it pushes it. Right. Oh, and yeah, let's do padding. Not really margin. Oh, and one thing, I think one wrong thing that we didn't take note of is there was a border which is now gone. Oh, by some of the things we did. So what I would do in this case to grab that border back is to okay, so let's see our border. Supposed to be on the right. Okay, do we even have that border? That's strange. Yeah, I can't see that border. So this border super gray. I think that's it. Yes. So then let's see if we can now see it here. With the same border, empty does not really work. That's actually the margin, and we have to make sure that the site still makes sense, because that's the goal. It won't make much sense if at the end of the day we are not getting the required result. So what we want to do here in this case is, in as much as we're already having it as for mobile here, we have to make sure we still have the same height, coming down. So obviously we might need to update this on the left and leave the one on the right. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go through the one on the left. So the one on the left basically is this one. So let's obviously check it out. So the one on the left is this guy. So the height, let's try to improve it. 5 rem. Okay, 6. Okay, yeah, something like that, I think. Right, so something like that makes lots of sense. Let's check it out in device screen size of little responsive. Yeah, 375. Okay, so now the only thing that is off from here, well, a couple of things that are off is the size here and then the size from the left. So we have to fix those and we should be fine. Okay, so let's do that. Let's minimize this. So here, not there, right here, just do margin left 4, right? So something like that, or 3. Okay, so margin left 3. Okay, so yeah, so that fixes it. So one of the things I want to do real quick is to make sure that we don't have this guy, this what's it called? This border when it's open up this way. We don't need it, right? Then we can remove, the spacing and the rest. So this toggle menu. So we just have to do if we don't have menu. So you can remove the link. It's not used. So if there's no menu, we just want to remove all of this, right? So we can just come here. Okay, so if menu, so if not menu, then you can show it, but if menu, we don't need it. Okay, so that's for the last one. So let's do for the first one, which is this, I think. So we can actually paste this in here. Okay, so we can actually see that we're having much more proper setup. So obviously the margins here with the actual logo is still affected, right? So what we want to do, let's see, this should be in the container maybe. So this margin left. So what we want to do here is we can just make sure we are putting this here so we can render it conditionally. So if there is no menu, so we can actually decide to bring it in here, right? Okay, so that makes sense, right? So this gives us a much more proper view of how it should be like, right? So on desktop we still have our good view. Impressive. So now we're officially done with that. I think honestly that will actually be the session that will take us the most time. The rest are pretty much straightforward and easy. So let's undo the hero section. So the hero section is like everything from here to here to here. So everything within this box is officially our hero section, right? Within this. So what we're going to do is to start building this out, right? So we can actually go to our hero section and start, crafting out these designs. So close out everything, close out the Navbar, remove this, not needed. Come in here and we can go to the hero section. So this is where we will be working on. So I have that pinned and I can easily start drafting the different sections we have. So this is definitely a section. So we have the section. So we have the section. So basically this section basically have 3 sections, 1, 2, and 3. So these are the subsections. So 1, 2, and 3. So one, so let's worry about the first section. First section can actually have like three divs, one, two, three, and so the first div we basically have two paragraphs. So we have study photography, and second paragraph is actually the portfolio owner full name, right? So, but then what we're doing here, we have to make sure that it's an uppercase. Okay, so we gradually put uppercase here, and font 700. Text. Let's check the text size for this. 5 rem. Oh, that's huge. So 5 rem. So you can easily just paste it in here. And let's check this other side. What's the rem here? Rem is just 2.5 rem, like half of the initial one. So I think the stuff is actually not 700 but 600. Okay. Alright, so 600. So this is for modern devices, right? So we can actually do text 2.5, right? Alright. So Damien Brown. Oh, bro. Okay, so that's okay. So we just have to make sure that this is definitely a white color. And text white, right? And this on the other end is this color. What do you have it in our config? So I can just search for it, and that's custom gray. So custom gray, uppercase, and the font size is very weird. That's 1.375. That's the exact font size, if I'm not mistaken. And we have to make it bold a bit. Font 500. Okay, interesting. All right. So what we're going to do is to make sure the gap is the same. And yeah, let's go back to this next section. This next section basically has to also do with, importing this image, stylish C. But this is not really stylish E, it's like stylish. It's not an E, but it's more of some sort of icon. We'll call it something. But then let's go to public images and stylish E, right? Stylish C. Oh, really? Definitely stylish C. So it's like double C, right? So stylish double C. That's better. Okay, so let's go there and specify the image, put in the source there, slash images, then slash that, right? So the alt slash stylish double C. Let's close this out. Let's see if it's coming on board. Okay, so we're having it, and yeah, so I see. It seems the actual background color, is different. Hence the confusion, right? So this is the actual background color, so we have to put it there. Doing config. This is the actual background color, right? So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it's coming out as expected, like this, And then let's go to the right part. So let's fix this real quick. Well, one good thing I like about this design is the fact that it uses very consistent fonts, making work easier for development. So what we're going to do, we can just do two divs. So one can have the let's. Okay, so let's, and it's going to have that other image. Right, so I can grab this and arrow up image, arrow purple button, exactly, arrow purple button. Yeah, so we can just have the other div, that has the auto test. Let's work together as one big happy family, right? And then we can be able to group them in the others custom shit. So, but then what we want to do here is to make sure we make this a flex. The gap can just be 2, it's not much. And let's start styling this. So what's the actual font here? So this is the rem. So we just do text, paste it right in there. Let's check how it's going to be on small device. Small device basically using 1.75 rem, so we could grab that as well. So this will be for medium. This will be for a small device. Be for a small device, right? So yeah, let's make sure we're using text white, and we have to specify the font 600. Okay, good. All right, so one other thing. Okay, so one other thing is the actual quotation symbol. Let's see if we can get the exact quotation symbol. So let's say quote HTML code. So inline quotes, not quotes like this. It's not. Is this not a quote? I thought this is like an apostrophe. It's more for an apostrophe, yeah. So apostrophe HTML code. Right, I think this is it. Yeah, it is what I'm already using, but it's not coming out to be the same for some weird reasons. But well, that is fine. We just have to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Okay, so let's make sure that this style works in the other part as well, in the bottom one. So what we're going to do is to bring out the entire style in here. We bring it down here. Right, so yeah, that should be the work together stuff. And yeah, pretty impressive, right? So we have to now distribute it through to the entire. One thing I noticed is that on a small screen, this is nowhere to be found. Right, so they're actually adding this on a small screen. So what I'm going to do to save us time, I'm going to display it as block, and the MD is actually it's hidden on small screen. So on medium screens upwards, it's going to be displayed. Right, so that saves us stress. So what we're going to do is that we have this section. Also do flex, justify, twin. Okay. I have to make sure that the items are actually like um they're justified vertically. So this is what we do. We just have to do items center, right? So this gives us a very good perspective, judging from how we now have it this way and how we're having it here, right? And everything is coming out nice and clean. Let's see if we have any padding to the bottom. Yeah, so we have some divs here. Oh, those are the div sections I created. Has not been used yet. Okay, yeah, so they basically have their own text, I think. So what I would do to prevent confusion is to just go to the page and the part that we are not working on, like services, about that, you can just comment them out. Yeah, this way we are always like consistent with what we're building. So let's go to a small device. Okay, so small device is giving us some issues, not really an issues, but then what you do is to do div, wrap is in a div or whatever. In fact, all of this. So we're going to wrap it in the div and we're going to give it some sort of reasonable margin to the top. Let's do 5 rem. 15 rem. Okay, so this we actually moved the entire thing. So that's obviously why we should be using padding. So not bad, but then we have to check the distance in between in mobile. So it's just like close to the top. It's very close to the top in this small view. So we'll do 10. Okay, something like that works fine. So I think MD py can just be maybe py can be 0. We don't really care much, if it's a medium device because it just works well all the time. Right, so let's see. Oh, I see. So what we can do is for medium devices, we don't need to do this as well. We can move this. Let's go to medium devices. Okay, this is large, I think. So let's make sure that this is large. Okay, so I think the problem now here is the way we are setting it. So we'll go to the error section, and this guy is with this. Is it enabled on medium devices? Right. So it's just good on like phones, I think. Okay. So now when you scroll in here, right? So we have to make sure the responsibility is working as expected, big time. So now let's see the let's go. Let's go is actually coming to the bottom. So the let's go is basically coming to the bottom. So yeah, obviously, and work together as well. Let's go. Okay. So justify between. Okay, so let's do flex column. Flex column and the flex row, something like that. So this item center can actually be for medium devices. Yeah, and we just want to make sure that there's a reasonable amount of gap in the sides going downwards. Yeah, so some amount of gap here in between, I think 1.25, right? So let's do that. So we can just do 1.25 rand. Only for small devices. So large devices we can just fall it back to zero. Alright. So yeah, so that works it out. So what we want to do is to make sure that everything is now nice and clean. Right. Nothing is missing. Okay, that's pretty decent, right? Yes, that's perfect. So one other thing we'll be doing is to bring in this, component, right? So if you notice, we've not really added any form of like margin left here and there, but then ideally, the margin left on the desktop view is going to be well calculated, right? It's going to be well calculated so that I can have the same, um, you know, the same consistent flow throughout the entire platform. So what we'll do is to, um, yeah, is to have it as a wrapper. So we have it as a wrapper, but not really within, but it could be outside, right? Maybe about section, service section, you can just have it as a wrapper, but for Euro section, you have to put it inside. Yeah, because it's basically might conflict, because this other section is within the Euro section as well. So we have to be very careful. So this first section that we've worked on is completely fine. Then we can actually put in. So MX can be for a medium small devices, while in medium devices / large or extra large, we can do MX. Let's do 4, right? Let's see how it comes out. Yeah, not looking bad. Not bad at all. It has to be in the same positioning as the actual logo name. So if you notice, this is something that I think they did. Something here, so it has to be on the same vertical plane, I think. If that thing is straight enough. Alright, so let's see how we can basically do that. So we're going to do 4.5. So let's do 5, right? 6. Okay, that is it basically. Alright, so check in here, go in there like that. So there need to be some there are no gaps in between, which is a source of worry right here. There's a proper gap in between this section, right? Let's see. Yeah, so something like that would work. Maybe something like 16. Yeah, pretty much work. Pretty much. Okay. Alright. Okay, so one other thing I noticed is the fact that this text seems to be too wide to the left, grabbing more room than expected. Right, so we want to actually know why that is. Right, yeah, so the width seems to be too much. So we just do minimum content. Yes, So minimum content should be able to like fix it up for us, but at the same time we have to consider other factors. Okay, pretty decent, right? So obviously the main content is what we'll be specifying within the text 5 rem, this one. So let's copy that. Okay, click on it. This is where we have it. And okay, so it's a mean, sorry, I lost that. Minimum content. So refresh that to make sure it's applying properly. So we enlarge it, and yes, you can do this minimum content in maybe medium. So large, you just want to make it full for large devices. So medium can actually be of minimum content, like we talked about, right? So but large devices can take up with okay, max content, I think. Okay, so something like that. Yeah, something like that. Okay, pretty decent, right? Pretty decent. All right, so that is ready, I think, and we need to be able to do a couple of stuffs. And meanwhile, we can restrict the width of this, so it's not that like too much. Oh, we specify like gap in between. Was there a gap specified? Gap 16, way too much. Gap 16. So the gap seems to be way too much. Okay, so it's really not working. I think that's because of the fact that we have the justify between clause. That would have worked if there's no justify between. So let's remove that first. Yeah. So let's just do 32. Okay. Let's check that out. So this is for medium device. Okay. Okay, no, not really good outcome. So we'll leave it the way we had it before, right? So we just need to specify the max width in one of them and medium min width. Okay. Okay, what other thing do I think we're missing? So PY is 10 rem for small screen, right? It's not really PY, I think it's more PT. Right, so yeah, that should do it. Okay, so let's grab this logo kind of collection here. Not a logo collection, but a collection of different categories, I think. Alright, so let's do it. So go in here but still in the Euro section. I'll close out the rest. So this is the section. I'll actually just bring in our image here. So what do we call this? We can call this the photography category. Right. So I think we already have an exported image that shows all of those. So this is the Euro marquee, I think. So let's grab the name and just copy it. I'll just copy it through there and paste it in there. Okay. Yes, so we want to be very careful so that we can easily use the one on mobile, for it. So we can come in here and Euro marquee small. So what you can do, you can basically add a class here, hit it on small device, on large device, display. So what we want to do is just do the inverse of this specification within the class here and do it here. So just make sure that it's block on small screen and medium screen is just hidden. So small screen we have this, right? So our goal is to make sure that it obviously has some sort of like full width, right? That it stretches across the entire flow, right? So what I will do, let's do this first. Let's see if it works. Well, no, it doesn't. Okay. So with full, obviously does not give us a full width. We have to stretch it. Right. So stretch it to the very end. This to the very end. Right. So let's do a flex with full. And since this wall with flex item, we can just make it grow. Yeah, so what's actually growing is the small one. Row. Okay, it's not growing. Oh, sorry, in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be here, I think. Okay. Yeah, so that will make it grow through, to the full width of the actual device. So now on medium or whatever screen, we need to give in some sort of like, margins here and there on small screen especially, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to come in here and look for the margin between here and here, which is 2.5, right? So empty 2.5 rem, and for medium MC can just be 0. Okay, so but on small screen we can have it this way. Okay, so that is it, and let's go over the other section, which is this image that we have. So let's have that imported. Okay, so we basically have like something very similar with this, I think, except that we might not really need to include this margin top. Okay, so that image is like the group, right? So these ones. So let's bring it out. It's like, I think not sure we named it then. Facebook icon, few lectures, hero marquee, hero. Oh, it's hero. Then we have hero, and then we have hero small as well. So let's do that. All right. So let's check the small one. So we have the small setup. So the large one we have in this. So on the large one, there's sizes between both sides, right? So we don't want to make it. We can actually make it grow, but at the same time we have to limit it. Yeah, we obviously have to limit it, especially from the left. So we have to make it the same as this. So what we'll do is to do this, something like this, I think. So come in here and paste that in. Okay. Yeah, so that should give us a very good kind of setup. So we still have to stretch this image. So this is a flex. And then what we are having here should grow if needed. Okay, pretty much decent. And since it's actually like growing, right? So let's see px. Yeah, so basically I have to use px. Margins are always very destructive. Exactly. So what we're going to do here is to use the same px and make sure that everything is coming up nice and clean. Okay. So on the mobile, we have it this way. So, but let's see if there's any space in between the mobile. Oh, there is, but it's very small. Very small as this. So obviously, yeah, it's very small as what we already have here. So it will still grow, but at the same time, we have to make sure what we are putting in here is the same with what we are actually allowing. So let's remove this and see if it grows exactly. So that too will make it grow because this px is actually attached. Okay, nice. Impressive work so far, guys. Okay, so we have this, and we've officially come to the end of the hero section, which is very fascinating, right? So what we want to do now is to focus on the about section. Yeah, and welcome back. All right, so let's get the about section up and running, I think. Right, so you can go in here. This is what we have so far. Bad for a couple of hours work. So let's do the about. So now, ideally, we're going to wrap about services, portfolio, FAQs, testimonials, on one section. I think. Yes. So that way we can just, easily pass in the spacings on the horizontal axis. So what we'll do is to go to the page and create a div. Right, let's create a div. Okay, so let's undo all of this. Let's create a div, and then we could just put everything into it. So what I want to do with it now is that we need to be able to pass in this into it accordingly. So we have the class, we just pass it in. So this gives us a much more consistent look. And the only part we will not be including has to do with the large text and then the footer part. So we can as well just make sure these ones are on their own separate divs, because as you can see, the large text is basically actually spanning across the full width, and the footer itself is doing the same. So it doesn't make sense for us to add it to the initial group. All right, so now that we have that out of the way, we just need to quickly add a couple of stuffs, right? So this is about, and you can have that pinned as usual. And what else do we have? Right, so yeah, now that we can just comment this out, doesn't really matter. So we want to focus on just about, right? So let's close out the rest. You can close out the row section as well. Okay, good for us. Now we are on to the about. So let's see. A couple of things are going on here, right? Okay, so let's start working on them. So I think there are lot of sections. We can easily group them into their own different section. Sorry about that. So we basically have, this will be one section, right? This other part would be a separate section, right? And yeah, we can just have a total of 2 sections right there. And in the first one, we can obviously give it 2 main containers, right? So that's the first, and this is the second. So the first is basically in a couple of in here, and yeah, so basically the name and then the actual stuff, right? So I wanted to actually create a component that does this. This is actually reusable across all of this. So it'd be nice to have a very simple component that does this, right? This is what I will create. So we're going to create an header component, common. So create a new component, call it header.tsx. So header is going to basically have a couple of things. So it's going to take in the title and then the description, right? So we can actually do that. Title, description, then pass in the appropriate props. So specify the interface, the title, the string, and then the description also as a string. So as we're seeing this, we basically have to make sure it's already a div. That's something we understand, and we make sure that we basically have 2 paddings, signify the title and then the description. Title and then description. All right, so now let's give them the appropriate style. So here we basically have this. So let's check this out in our TS config. This is custom gray alt, and it's actually beside the 600. Then we have the text size to be 1.25 rem, right? So, and it's completely uppercase. Okay, so we can just grab the same thing from here and paste it right within the description, but I think this is just white. So this is really white, and this is the size. That's the size, and yeah, obviously it's the same thing and all. So one other thing I think we can do is to check the mobile part of it. So it's going to be 1.75 on a small screen, right? So this can actually be MD text, we paste it in there, and the about itself is actually very small on the mobile, so we'll do the same thing in that case. So paste it in there. Oh, I said I lost track of the copy, so I'll copy it again. We have it pasted in there. Right, so this will be our header from here onwards. Right, so we can just reuse this header wherever we want to use it, like here. So title, in our own case, title is like about. Description is actually the so what we'll do is we want to use the same name, so I can just do I am. So what we want to do is portfolio owner first name. So let's close the component. So let's see what we have. For continue. Okay, good. Coming out nice and clean. I'm Damien. Okay. Alright. So we basically have that. And let's grab this other one. This no more with a little icon. So let's get our button. Okay, so this is the first section. Okay, so main button. So the text is no more. And icon, right icon route. But we don't really have like a route for it, but it's completely fine. You can just here, you can grab it off of here, go to design mode. So let's see, we need this guy. Yeah, for some weird reason it was actually wrongly grouped. So what we can do, we can just click, not there, click on here and duplicate. So we can move, once we add that duplicate, we can be able to play around with it. Alright, so we'll wait for it to load up. It should be opened in a bit, it could be some network issues. Alright, so while we're waiting for it to basically load up, let's be exploring this, like looking for the actual, button component. This is the button, this is the text. Yeah, so this is the text. And okay, we're already there, good for us. So this is what I need. So can I just take this out? Alright. So you can just have this. Not really. Yeah, so it's actually a text. It's not really like an actual component. That is very strange, because if it's this way, it's very difficult for you to even like position it properly, right? So probably this could be affecting it in terms of the height. Let's not use it. It is completely messy, and I don't know how they designed it, but that's a very messy approach to use for icons. So what you do, you can go to the serial icons, and yeah, so ideally go in here, just type arrow right, arrow. Right, so you can just use this, right? And copy the SVG. So what's the color? The color is actually, I think, okay. Yes, the color now, this might really not give us a very good insight on how to, on how to basically like change the actual color. But then what we can do is we can use it here. So we just import it from here and use it that way. Right, so you can just use it this way and then change the color right there. So this is what we'll do. We don't need it as a component route. Yeah, so let's see. Maybe there's some sort of route. Component would have been fine. Okay, yeah. Is the way the main button was set up making it a little bit difficult to use? So let's see. This icon route, right? Icon class. Okay, so that just would be the icon. This is the icon component. Okay, so we just do the right icon component. It doesn't really matter. So this is the right icon, isn't it? So you can just use it here instead. It still works. So if there's right icon, yeah, so you just display it if there is one. Right, that's the way we are doing here. So what I will do is to have it here, and I forgot the comma, and have it here as well. So you can come in here and just do the things I was doing before. Right, so let's see. Type elements as enabled to type of string. Oh, so that's actually a right icon component. Right. Okay, so that's pretty much it. It's coming out as white. Well, I think when you override, the color should not be primary. Right, so I can just modify the main button to not have that weird effect. Well, not really bad, I think. Not really bad, right? Something that we can use. So no more, and then we have the little arrow. Okay, so that is pretty much it. Right, we have the title, we have the stuff there. So what we have to do is to make sure we're doing the right positioning. So class flex justify between. So now, if you notice on smaller orientation, there's some level of gap. So the gap here is something we want to try to mimic. Right, so this is like 1.25. Right, so we just do gap 1.25, and yeah, pretty much that should be able to do it for us. That's not a big problem. And yeah, so we have this horizontal separator. Right, so let's see. Do we already have the separator component installed from Shadcn? No, we don't. So what we're going to go to Shadcn and install the separator component. So search for, just scroll for separator. So click on it, right? And yeah, so we basically have to install it. npm. So So we can actually duplicate this if you want, and paste the link right in the right in there. So this is going to install the um, separate component for us. So by actually installing, we can easily grab the component and just use it. Not there, we're not in testimonial yet. Close all this. Right, so in this section, and let's put the separator here. Right, so we can just have this right there. So let's see, are we done with the installation? Yeah, we are. So refresh. Okay, so basically I have it there. And then we have to mimic it. It needs to be the exact same color as what we're having here. This is 1C, 1C, so we can copy that. Color. Okay, so no, the color is not coming in. Not sure why the color is not coming. Very weird. Okay, so we can easily just the PG. So we don't really have this 1C, 1C, 2, 1. Okay, very good. So we have that now. We have the right coloring. What then I do is to give it a proper spacing. So the distance between here and here is 12.5. So the 12.5 is we can actually do it properly within the page. And what we're going to do here is to just make sure we assign this as flex, and we can just give the appropriate spacing. Right. Yeah, I think so. So flex column. It's 12.5 rem. Let's grab it. 12.5. So similar screen. It's just 5 rem, right? So similar is just 5 rem. So come in here and okay, it's just 5 rem. So and then don't forget, you can do the same thing but for my top. Okay, this is very mighty for a 12 rem. Distance between here and here is 12.5 rem. That's crazy. Okay, so that's only fine. Okay, so we have this, we have all the spacing, and then we have the horizontal rule, and we need to worry about this last section. Okay, so let's have this done. So we have a div. So the first div obviously is the image, and then the other sections. So basically I have 2 divs, right? So let's get images / Damien.png. Alright, so let's see. Okay, all nice and clean. So now we need to focus on this section. This is like a card of its own. So we can as well just go to a different component and build up this card. Right, so we can come here and just build, what do we call this? About card. So you go to your cards folder, create a new file. And we have it as about cards. Right, so don't forget it has to be basically imported from here. Right. Alright, so we can come here, do a couple of things, and we should be good. So now we have 1, 2, this is like a paragraph, one div, one paragraph. Right, just gonna copy that content, paste it in here. Also with this introduction, so we can just place this like on a constant, right? So you can like change it anytime. But for the case of this lesson, I will just put it in block. Okay, so we can have this inside of a tag, and then we have our icon. It's an icon, and then we can just call this half star, something like that. So I think what we actually call it the half-legged stars. So a few leg stars. Let's be sure. Okay, that's good. So you can call this the few leg stars. A few legs stars.png. Okay, so that should do it. Flex cap2, and let's fix this guy. So we have some sort of styling, the color, paste it in. Let's see the color we're using there, light gray. So light gray, and this is the size. So font is 500, and this is the size. So let's check it for a smaller device. So you have it selected, and it is actually 1.25. So you can come in here and just specify it. Right, so text 1.25. Alright, so let's make sure that it's coming out well as we expect it to. Right, so one thing that does not work well is the vertical alignment. Where is the right center? Right, so that definitely will align it vertically. Right, and yeah, we're almost there. So the other one has to do with the content itself. Right, it has some sort of styling. So we can grab it from it there, have it pasted in here, and we can actually specify a couple of stuffs. You know, the exact text is custom gray, hot 2, and this is the font size. Very small. Expected. So this is the text, you have that pasted there. make sure the rem is spelled correctly. And yeah, that should be it. So the distance between the initial heading and the content, it's not that much. Something we can do less than 1 rem, right? So we can easily specify that, 0.75 rem. All right, good. Okay, so we want to do the other part. This other part takes in the same thing as the top, I think, but there's some sort of like what do they call it, separator in between. So I can grab this separator and just paste it in here, right? Yeah, we can have it here. So we need to have it imported. So we have to have it imported, and yeah, so we can actually focus on the other sections, right? So we can grab this initial one, have it pasted here, but then you change the text as usual, right? And yeah, that would be for the heading. So we can just make sure that the other two divs. So the first div focuses on, take an inner div, right? Basically, I would say specify your email, and then we can actually make this like, let's create all this stuff into a constant. I think it will be good. There are lots of like dummy stuff, so it is completely fine. So you can just grab it. Yeah, make sure it's actually selected for the most part. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so this is the text size, and then the font is 500. So the font is 500, right? So we can have this copied as well and paste it right in here. So ideally we can grab, this color and just replace it. So it's like text grayish. Yeah, so it's custom build 2. Right. Okay, let's see how it's coming out. So yeah, the first can actually be text white. Not really text white. So it's light purple. Oh, text green 90. Custom green 90. Okay. Alright. That's what we expect. So what we're going to do is to make an exact replication, but for the numbers, right? As the phone number and paste it here. And obviously this is the value, so we can grab it and have it pasted right in here. Right. And okay, so I'm going to give it some spacing at the top, which is like 2.5 rem. Okay, so we'll go in there and we do my 2.5 rem. Okay. Okay, so we'll need to place the same thing here as well. All right. And yeah, we're not back to the last session. Which is the social media icons on the left, the two buttons on the right. Right, so let's do that. Okay. So let's do, forget our images. So this, the first one should have been named Facebook icon, isn't it? Not sure. Well, let's see. Oh, it is. So you can just say Facebook underscore icon. As PNG, you can specify the alt to Facebook icon. Right, and then yeah, we have the X icon. It's pretty straightforward. And lastly, I think we definitely have the linked. Oh, that's definitely linked. How that was spotted? Oh, I actually named it as Instagram. That's more of LinkedIn than Instagram. Well, I will just accept the name, but that's a little bit weird. That's Instagram icon. So Instagram icon. Alright, let's see. Oh, nice and clear. So let's add the button. The borders around it. So you can just do plus border, right? This is the actual border, so let's grab it here. So we already have 1C somewhere. Wait, so we can just do a border. All of this. So rounded is very large. So rounded, we specify it right there. So there's the flex. More like inline flex and justify between. Let's see, not really justify between double. Let's see what this gives us. Right, the pardons. 0.64. Let me do P4 first. Let's see. Oh, P4. Not like that. P4. So 4. Okay, so the P is at 0.62. Okay, so yeah, this is what we expect. And when you override them, you should just have this little cool cursor pointer. Right, and then let's play around with these other buttons. Let's work in download. So we can just use similar button in that case. So let's work and download. So images. Alright, let's have it. Let's have it. Okay, so I'm looking for the one we used previously. Oh, that should be in other section. They're part of the hero section. No, it's actually part of the about section at the top. Yeah, this one. So main button, we have it imported and paste this in. And we don't need the right arrow. Okay, so you can just grab this download CV. Okay. So we need to see the exact gap here. Here and here is like 1.25. Okay. Yeah, so the good thing is we can display it as flex, and in the mobile is just like this. It's column instead. Okay, so that should do it. So what we'll do here, we can actually do, can do with full. Okay. Only on small devices. So we can just use the inrit width. So I think that should work. But we might not really see it here. Yeah, but obviously it should work. So middle device is going to assume the inherit with just inherit from its parent. So let's see what we have. Oh, okay, we're good now. So So this is something now, and oh, this has to be stacked. Yeah, that has to be stacked as well in small screen devices. Okay, just like that. So, but this should keep the same width. Okay, so okay, so we can actually specify some max width here and max width. That's the 400. Okay, 100. 200. Obviously. Respected. 10. Okay, something like that. Okay, something like that. So the other thing left is that we should be able to give this a very incredible border, and we need to position this, of course. So first off, we need to give it a border first, and then we'll worry about the positioning. Right, so that's for the cloud. Okay, and one other thing is the border radius. Yes, the border radius is a thing. We're not seeing it for some weird reason, but from the looks of it, it looks exactly that's 0.625. So the padding is 2.5. Okay, so now we want this to stretch through the edge, so we might not be putting the padding in here, right? But can be putting it, here, put it there, put it there, and everything in between here and here, I think. Okay, so it's like, so okay, maybe px majorly though, or py. Okay, so py, I think the first py, but the rest can just be like px, I think. Yeah, the bottom one can actually be px as well. Okay, something like that. Okay, so let's position this. We have this. We have the separator, and then we have the header. Okay, so I think it's more of this section. Yeah. Let's see how we start it. The gap can just be 1.25. All right. Okay, so we have some horizontal line there. Okay. Oh, this image is actually a special image. Okay, so we have to, let's go back to design mode. So export right here, I think. Okay, so we can just export this. Okay, so now we actually use it Demian. Okay, we use it Demian out. Demian. Select image. And we can have it dropped in here. Okay, Demian underscore out. Alright. So now we need to worry about space here. So back to dev mode. Okay. So what we're going to do quickly is y8 make this grow. So I think grid will work best in this case. Just do grid, columns 2, right? And for what's it called? For a small point, we can just do column 1. That gives us a better clarity. Go back, and yeah, the spacing here still bothers me. So now here it's like too much. It's 5 rem in between. All right, so let's do that. Okay. All right. Small device. Yeah, small device will basically say this. We have to reduce that. Too much for a mobile phone. So small device is like 2.5. Okay, interesting. Very decent. All right. Yeah. All right. So my introduction and those stuffs. Yeah. So one thing is we need to add into this introduction text. This one. Mm, where do we add it? We added it here, I think. Let's see. The PY seems to be too much. There's the PT. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. All right, so we've come to the end of the about section. And now we'll move on to services. Let's see. We still have a lot to go. Right. Slow and steady. Alright, so let's get this out of the way. This is very similar with what we have in the about section. So we can just copy that and use it in services. Okay. Clean it out. Go to our page. Enable services. Turn this to section. Right, and so just copy this. Okay, so let's see. We have services. Photography services right there, and this is like VO services kind of button. And what do we put out? Put it right here. So we can increase the width of that button. 13 rand, 13.1. Okay. Okay, so what we will do is to update this part of it. Yeah, we have to make sure that there's a separator and it's already there. So you come in there and just obviously remove this entire thing. Doesn't do much. So we're going to create the service code, right? So you go to the cards folder, create a new file, service cards, and here it is. Have it imported. Right, and okay, so let's see. I see some sort of spaces here that I didn't see before. Let's fix that. Oh, it could be because of the image. Yeah, that's completely fine. Because when you shrink it, it's going to adjust, obviously. So now I want the image to always be, to be like vertically aligned all the time. So in that case, a lot of things are broken here. I see. Oh yeah. So you can go to the to the about card. I noticed that the border in between is having some sort of thin width. It's not really max, it's like the minimum width on max. That should fix that deduction. So now these ones, you can actually break in its medium, right? So when it's medium, it's supposed to break. Okay, so it seems to be so break here, it will still break here. Okay, that's good. Okay, so and the phone number 2 should break, right? This and this flex column got 4. Flex 1. Oh, not like that. I think that was not intended. It was in column before. Okay, makes sense. It wasn't a column. That's strange. Contact information mainly. It's very strange. This part. Exactly what I wanted, right? Not right. Oh, this is very strange. Alright, so what I needed to do here was to make sure this works, but it doesn't for some weird reasons. And oh, not there. It was the wrong spot. Oh no. Let's something like that. Okay. Alright. Okay. So these two should even break on medium. Good. Okay. Impressive. Exactly as needed. And in here, so if we just this way using mini width, you can use the width. I should put it in order. Okay. So back to what we're doing before we changed the pattern. Okay. we need to do this part, right? And we have the service card. Yeah, so this is definitely a card. It has two sides, obviously two divs, one on the left and the other on the right. So the one on the right is just an image that will be styled, of course. Specify the auths. So we can actually call this the main stage. So those images slash Damien big test Damien auth or Damien 2, of course. It's definitely this guy. PNG. And what else do we have to worry about? This one, right? I think we have something similar on top for let's. Yeah, that should be in the hero section. Hero section. So this one, I think. So we can just grab this and put it right here. So in this case, it has to be events. Event, so if we just do uppercase. Okay. So the text here is this. So we can grab that real quick and paste it right here. Custom gray auths. So yeah, we have that. Then we need this little test. I think it's very similar to this as well. So you can grab all the styling for that. That should be on the about card. Yeah, this one. We can just put it here, but then we have to position this properly. So yeah, so this is the divs and gap 2, and paste it in here, and then we can grab everything here. I think no, just from here to here is fine. I'll paste it right in there. So let's increase our font size. It was way smaller since I just remembered. So okay, so I think that is it for the most part. And let's grab the text and replace this with it. So let's make sure that there are no paddings whatsoever. So 1.125. Right, so that's 1.125 RAM. And then we have to do a couple of things. This will be pretty straightforward. So let's start service highlights. So then we have a lot of divs. Right, so what we're going to do here, we're going to service highlights data, call this I do that? So what I want to do there is to basically just grab all the service highlights. So grab the other one as well. Okay, so paste them again. So this will be all edits I will be using. And before I do that, let me try to create at least one thing that makes sense, right? And this will be our paragraph. So we'll just drag it inside of it. And this will be our image. Right, so this is actually images / gray image, I think. Okay, so legged stars gray, legged stars gray, not PNG of course. Flex 2. So the border, let's check a couple of things. Pattern is like 1.12. And okay, that's the pattern. So the border radius is 0.75, right? And then the border itself basically has this color. Alright, so let's check it out. Okay, so let's make sure that it is vertically aligned. And also make sure that this text is completely uppercase with this as a color. Okay. Uppercase text. Custom up to. Let's check the font size is 1.12, right? I think I should do it first. Yes, this creates a very perfect sense of understanding. So come in here and let's see the gap in between all of this, 0.62 in gap. So that is to say, a gap here. So we have the div. And what I want to do is to do flex column. So the gap is, as I saw, 0.62, right? Run, paste this into it, and let's use our data. Item, and then the index. Like that. So this item is actually an highlight. Right, so you can just paste everything here into it. So here will be the highlights, and you can specify our key here as the index. right? So let's go. All right, so it's coming up as expected. Okay, I think that is it. And let's play with. Oh, we don't have the title. That's bad. Let's put the title there. Service highlights. Okay. Okay. Here, margin button is at 1.25 rem. Right, and this is the text in a color. Oh, sorry. This is text color, which is light gray. And this is the size. So the font first of all is like 500 in width, and then we specify the size value. Okay, good. So margin top is like 3.12. All right, impressive. So let's manipulate this image real quick. So the radius is this, which is okay, and rounded. But then on this side we have a large. So what we're going to do is to do rounded bottom left. Okay, so that should modify that. And let's sync all of this together. Close out the about section. So we're looking for the service section, right? Let's justify between. Oh, fantastic. It's broken for some weird reason. So let's see why that is happening. Okay. So now we basically have two sections. If I'm not mistaken, we have this. We have this. So we have the horizontal row as well. Yeah, oh, I mean the cards. This is supposed to be for the cards, not this part. The cards. Yeah, I see. Okay, this and this. So if we just do grid. Two columns, one. Page columns 2. Now let's give a gap a bit. Let's check that out. With full. Okay, so let's see if. Oh, okay. We didn't need to specify that. You just do that and that should work. All right. Yeah, so let's say the gap between here and here is pretty slim. So it's okay. Okay, so let's check this out on small device. It's looking good. Okay, so I think we've been doing some pretty great job since. And let's see how it looks on mobile. This is the way it looks, which is fantastic. And this is how it looks on the actual parts. So one of the parts we've forgotten to look into is this little thing here, this one. All right. So let's just let's work on them. Yeah, I think I already have them exported, so I can just grab them and work on them strictly. So what we'll do, we already have something similar. I will just go to, so let's remove things we need from here. Please unuse the inputs. Right. Where's service card? We're good. Okay, service section. Any unused stuff, just take it out. Okay, so let's go to what section? Yeah, the about card. Otherwise, we can just copy this. I think copy that and paste it right in here. So in our own case, it's going to be chevron drop-in box down. Oh, not really. This is different. Yeah, so this is very much different. Circular box. Let's see if we basically have anything. Arrow up, arrow purple, icon. Okay. I'm not sure this is used. You can just take that off. Okay. The stars. No, we don't have them obviously. So I'll just export them. Yeah, so export. So you can just call it left icon. So export the one on the right. So right icon. So what we'll be doing is we will be taking all of this into perspective. Alright, so you can drag it into images. Right. Drag it in here. Oh, okay, we already have them. So left and then the right icon. Alright. Service section. Left icon. Right icon. Okay. So you can just justify between and reduce the width. A very small width. 160. Okay, 170 should be perfect. Okay, so that is obviously cool. So we have this, and we have to make sure center and so now Not sure, but we can actually reduce if there's any form of, you know, too much gap balance. It's completely fine. That's the way it is on the design. So we can use that. So let's check it on mobile. Okay, so it shouldn't be like this. Let's check it out. Okay, so it's actually hidden on big devices. That's a good news for us. Hidden. Okay, MD block. Mostly for large screens, I think. So it's like inline flex or whatever. So it's like inline flex here. Hidden. So that simply means that it's going to be hidden on medium and small screen devices, but from large devices we're going to have it just the way we do here. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go to the other section. So this is very, very similar with this section, which is a good news for us, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to just make a duplicate of the service section. So you can easily just grab everything from there and paste it within the portfolio section, right? So you can just grab it, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, and we paste it within the portfolio section. So don't forget to update the name, right? And view all works. I'm going to change view services to view all works, right? And we can just remove the card. It's very straightforward. We just need a couple of stuffs here, right? And yeah, we can just create a portfolio card, I think. A portfolio card. New file. So I need to have this imported. So we can remove the service card from here. And let's see what we have so far. Yes, there is refresh. So yeah, the portfolio section, we have to, obviously comment it from pages. Okay, let's see. Good, exactly as expected. So we're going to do this. Right, and we have a couple of images here. I don't think we basically exported this. I doubt we didn't. So the no images that denote those ladies. So that's okay. So we're gonna close out the rest. Have this pinned, and let's export these ladies one after the other. So we're gonna save this. Call this lady one. Okay, there we go. Lady 2. And obviously This is not. It's not a lady. Right. So we just say box. Obviously. Alright. So what we're going to do is to grab all the assets and put it within the images. So let's go to downloads. Okay, date modified today. Okay, lady 1, lady 2 box. So drag it into the images folder. Right. So what we want to do, we can have one card, and one card is going to have like this particular setup, right? And then we can just reuse the same card. So card now is going to take in the image URL, going to take in the title, taking the dates, and obviously the link. So if you do this props, interface, will specify all this in. They are required fields. This is actually it's not data. Okay, we just need it to be in string formats, and finally the link. Okay, so yeah, so we do have this, and then we need to use the portfolio card, but then inside of where pages, portfolio section. Okay, we've already imported it. We just need the data. Okay, so it's definitely an array of objects. Okay, so we can just give them like any random IDs. Then the title. The first one is Faces of Resilience, and the dates. March 2022, and obviously the link. We can just put the dummy link. So the image URL is lady 1 images. Okay, so that's where let's replicate this. This is obviously lady 2. You can grab the title, right? Grab the title, and this is January 2020. Okay, and then finally, and don't forget, change the ID. It has to be unique because this is what we're passing in as the key, right? And here we have the product elegance. That is just the box. So we'll be passing this in eventually. And before we do that, let's make sure we are doing the right thing. So let's fix this part. So we have a div. We have another div. So image. The source is just the image URL. So we're going to do, this is just the portfolio image. Right. At the same time, we have to make sure that we are specifying the title and the other stuff. So here we can just have a div that has the title, and then we have on the paragraph that has the dates, that has the date, and obviously we definitely have the other section that is linked, right? So if we just do a link here, page ref is equal to the link. So you need to import this from this link, and what we have there is view project, and okay, so we could just make this a div view project, and then this little icon. So we already have this as an image, like arrow up or something, public images, arrow up. Good. Arrow up icon. Right, so we want to do is slash images slash arrow up png. First of all, we have the underline, right? So we have the we have the size of the text here. Okay, so we just put the text here. Okay, so what else do we have? So the font is actually 500. I forget about that. Alright, so let's play around with the dates. This first one. Light gray. And font is actually 500. Text is definitely 1.25, right? So the same thing is the same similar style on the date, but then I think we'll just change the actual, color, which is this. Custom gray out. So we didn't have that here. This light gray. So the roundedness here for this image is basically this. So let's get the image. Surrounded, you specify that. So one of the things we need to do is to make sure that this and this have justified in between them. Mhm. So why for the view project part, we obviously should have, you know, flex for, yeah. So this is we just like coding randomly. And one of the things that we might need is a space between here and the top 1.19. So where is the image? Right here. Right. So okay, so let's look through this and put a div and follow. So you can actually paste this in, and let's go. Image URL, folio with image URL, the key. So what else do we need? Title. So what else? Date and link. Okay, so passing our click readily, and so let's see what we have. Where is this? Let's go to the bottom. Okay, bad. So our icon is not coming through. Why is that? Wrong name maybe. So let's see our portfolio card. The icon arrow up. Oh, the PNG, just PNG is fine. Okay. So underline. Let's see why underline couldn't work there. Seems like where it does not work well for divs. Don't worry, let's figure that out in a bit. So now let's fix the big elephant in the room, the image issue. So what I want to do now is to make sure, well, we allow it to like spread, which is a good thing, but at the same time we will restrict that behavior. So we could just do grid, right? Grid column. So on mobile it's going to be very small. On medium we can actually make it three columns per row, right? So let's see. Okay, something like that. You have to specify proper gap 3.12. And then the height, I think. So the maximum height should be this, right? As that would be the height we will be obviously looking at. that'll be the height. And okay, specifying the height, we actually limit, the way it's going to like spread, right? So okay, so we could just do flex pro. It's already been in a good container, so it might not really grow well. So let's remove this height first and do it differently. Okay, so let's see how responsive it might be. Oh, the smaller it is, yeah. So let's fix this icon issue. Images should always be wrapped in a div, or it's going to lose its own box attribute basically. Right. So that's completely fine. I can specify its own width and height. Okay. Okay, so that makes it very consistent. So let's do it there. Okay, so that's way better. We're wrapping it with the outer div container, and let's see, it's not really looking bad, but it seems to be too much of an height for devices of that nature. Right, so we're not using flex. It might be difficult to grow it. So let's say it for a mobile screen. Mobile screen is like this, I think, with these two little buttons. Well, we can just stack it, doesn't really matter. Right, so what we will do here, I think, is we have to like test it on different screen devices and see its worthiness. Okay, pretty decent. So this gives us like similar width as we are having there. Right, so if on a medium screen it becomes like that smaller screen, so it's completely very much responsive, right? So one thing I would do though, I think I missed, is that in medium it can actually be 2, while in large it can be 3. Okay, so if it's a medium device, we can actually expect it to be 2. That's completely fine. And yeah, that's very much just decent. And if it's mobile, it's just 1. Completely fine. Right, so let's go large. We have this, so let's see if there's a way we can control this height worries me. And it's oh, not really, not that one. I mean this image, like the outer container. 16. Okay, so let's use if I could use the that width and height, it will become fixed, right? So it will become fixed and it might not be responsive in a way, but this is something we can do. You can always specify some width here, and at the same time specify the height as well. So let's see, the height is this. Oh, this is the actual height, not the width. Oh, it stretches, align safe, stretch. Obviously, okay. So what I'm thinking is it can actually be achieved, but it can be achieved only kind of separately. So let's do width and use that as the width. So 20 rem. Yeah, this is something that we can do, right? But the problem with this approach is we really need to make this some sort of flex container, right? So you can now make it grow. So yeah, flex column and self stretch, something like that. Yeah, so the problem we might actually have this approach, yeah, there would be a lot of white spaces alongside the edges, here. You see, it didn't actually grow to this extent, which is a problem, right? We want it to like grow, and yeah, so let's just do object cover right there. And this image is not really growing, which is a worry. Yeah, so it doesn't really grow. Yeah, so since it doesn't, we may have to like revert back to what we were using. Yeah, so this works. This works. So from the design, there's no definitive, what's it called? Definitive width, right? So yeah, so we can work with that, or we can just take the other route and make sure that this is not the way it should be. So just make it a flex item and justify between. So in here we can now do the manipulation for specifying the width here, which 31.18 rem. And then the height, which is 32.43 rem. Alright, so and then the other thing we want to do is to make sure we position it properly. The images are looking distorted, so we can just do object cover. Yeah, that should fix it. So you can see that it's coming up nice and clean, and I'll just make it wrappable, right? So in the portfolio section, I can just do flex wrap on the parent container. So this should definitely wrap it, and yeah, it will still be responsive. If it's too much, it's just, yeah, if it's okay, you can have this too. And yeah, if you have a very big screen, it should be like this, right? So, or you can just display like edge flex row in the flex column. So that will actually give us much more, better kind of thing. So what we'll do is to come in here. Okay. Something missing. Oh, LG. Sorry about that. Large. Okay. So basically, I have all of this question at a point. So, but what I want to do there is to remove it. So that's why extra large will be fine for the flex row. It can just be flex column on the get go, right? And in the code, we want to make sure that these things are okay, not just justify between, right? So you can do this for what's it called, for larger scale devices, right? But in here, we can just make sure that's actually flex colon, and yeah, it's actually having the appropriate type, so this should work. Okay, so yeah, so that should be large. Okay, extra large, I think. Okay, yes, this should give us a proper kind of design compared to using flex wrap. There are lots of issues associated with flex wrap. I'll be very careful when you use it. So in this use case, this just works perfect. So on a very light device, you get to see everything like this, right? So while on the mobile, you see all of this all stacked properly. Okay, so this makes sense a lot. The only thing I think is missing is the underline. Right here is like a small separator. Right, so let's create that. Right, so it's actually here. So we can place this in there. Separator. So BG, let's see what we have here. Obviously we already have it, I think. Super great. Okay. So we have to make sure that it's a little bit thicker. Alright, so this is like, it's 1 pixel by the way, but it looks way thicker than it actually is. So 1.4, I think. Okay, let's do 1 there. Okay, something like that, I think. Yeah, something like that just works fine. Alright. Okay, quite well, quite good. Alright, so now we've really come to the end of this part. Right, so what we did here was to make sure that we just followed, a better precision, right? So I think I can just take away this small screen. It can be on like extra large, I think. Unblock. Yeah, so that will just take it off and it's completely fine. So hidden, something like that. Okay. Alright, so that's fine. Open that up, and yes, we have this. Alright, so what other section are we looking into? We're looking into the FAQ section. Let's quickly get it started with. Right, so we have the title and everything, right? So let's grab FAQ section and start working on it. So close, make sure that there's no unused imports. Closes out, and FAQ section in this portfolio section. Here we can just copy this and paste it here. FAQ section. So we're going to have a couple of FAQs. So let me just change the title first. So we change the title to, where's the header? Oh, yeah, it is. Change the title to that. And the first one is just FAQs. So there are no buttons, then you can let go of this part. There's a separator, and this part will be the actual. So what I will do is to go in here, go to the page, right? So let's undo this part. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so let's undo the FAQ. Alright, so let's see what we have now. FAQs are frequently asked questions. Okay, so now what we're going to use to basically achieve this, we're going to use Shadcn Accordion, right? So let's go and look for the Accordion. So we're going to use this to basically achieve that. So we have to install it. So paste it in here. So while it's installing, we can quickly grab so update the Tailwind to basically have this kind of configuration. We already have it. So what we're going to do is to go to code and grab the Accordion component. And we will be using that in a separate place, right? So let me see if it would be nice to create a separate component for this. Preview. So you can just making it like double. It's okay. Yeah. That works. You can just modify the styling. Okay, so what we're going to do is to make sure that it's coming up well as expected. Right, so you can just grab a couple of the contents here and fill the FAQ data with it. So we have the IDs, we have the just question and answer. So this is like the answer. Most of them doesn't really have answers, so like we just put in the same text. So we can override all of this. So ID1, change the title. So we can basically, what we can do is that we can split this FAQ into two sides, right, and just have it displayed. So we can just copy this, and that will be the title, I think. Title. So let's correct this typo here. Right, so this typo, alright, that as well. So we have to place this, copy it, and paste it right here. So let's do this, will be the new title. You can just change the ID. change the ID again and grab the content here. Okay, so this is a typo. Can I request specific location for a what? Obviously a typo. Alright, so that's fine. We can just continue with the rest of the contents. Right, so let's do 4. Okay. Alright, so let's do the 5th one. So the 5th one, this is the question. How you offer prints? Oh no. Yeah, but it does have different answer in this case. So how do you offer prints? Would be the actual question. And I think lastly, sorry, should be having the last one, I think. This one. So you can just grab all of this. So you can just paste it in here. Right here, I think. So you update the ID as well. And yeah, so I think this will be it. We can just create our own what's it called? We can create our own card or component that reflects those stuffs. So let's grab this now. So this is Accordion. So you can copy that. So make sure we're placing this in here. Remove this. Okay, so first off, let's see what's coming on. Okay. So the title is actually this. Let's just fix those first. Custom grade text. So the other part has to do with the fact that it is bold with weight of 600 and text is 1.25 rem, 1.25 rem, and yeah, so text is obviously uppercase. Obviously, and yeah, so let's do this one. So very similar, but the content just changed. So grab this and you can paste it here. So we just need one, we don't need like lots of them. So this value, item 1, item 2, can actually be a proper index for tracking it. so not text 125 not uppercase. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. So one thing we want to do is to be able to change the pattern, right? So but then before I do that, I will just have to use what we already have here. So FAQ data. So the accordion item we have pasted in here. FAQ dot question. Answer. So we have question, we have answer, right? And then the actual item. Just use the ID here, so it's a unique identifier. It needs to be a string, so ID dot title string. Okay, let's see. Not sure why it's complaining, but obviously let's do this as use client. Could that be the reason? Let's make sure that it's imported successfully. It's already like sorry, downloaded. Okay, so let's undo this. So it's like item 1. Okay. Yeah, so item 1. And don't need to. Okay, so let's just do this. What we can do. Let's check this out. Hopefully it works. It still doesn't work. Cannot access display name value upon the server. Cannot dot into a client module from a server component. Can only pass the imported name through. But we can use dot in that particular component. That's strange. Exactly, very strange. We can use dots here. That's very weird. Or if that's the case, why not us use just the index? Here we can use dots. Ooh, we basically have to wrap that in dots as some sort of string, I think. So let's check it out. This is very unusual. Let's check the component. Item 1, item 2. Okay, so let's just forget about it and put item 1. Let's check this works. Oh, this tool doesn't work. Fantastic. So come in here and come in here. Let's see if that works. Oh, now I see. The problem isn't coming from here at all. No, it's not coming from here. I think it's coming from, from other places, I think. Yeah. So it's like a content item, wanted to look through and pass this item into it, but for some weird reason it doesn't work. Yeah, so it doesn't. Okay, so obviously caused by the loop. So what I would do, I can easily grab this and put it in a separate file or something, and just like that. So I just undo changes so far. Okay, so I'm going to approach this anyway, and alright. So basically, what I did was to just restart the server, and the error was gone. Right, so I just started the server and changed the IDs to basically strings. Right, so that way we are able to, not convert to string here again. Right, so this is the value. So this will be the key, right, for the accordion item. So you can just let go of the index. So this is what we are having currently at the moment. So now what we want to do is to form this into the two kind of, into this kind of row, right? So I think the idea is to just basically really change the icon if we can, and then do something else. So what I want to do is, this is the question and this is the answer, right? So let's go into Accordion trigger. So we are going to the UI library Accordion. This is from Shadcn, and we're looking for ways to basically like modify this our icon. You can see what we have. This is the chevron down icon. So we basically have to change this to use what we basically have, right? So we obviously can do this. Convert it to an image, specify source, right? And images, chevron down box. Yeah, so this chevron down inbox.png. Right, so yeah, I think this is obviously a typo. It's supposed to be underscore, not the way it is now. So also with a button, you can just remove this. This one we have to rename it to a proper standard. We're using underscore for all of our assets name. Inbox, this is just okay. So also with this, we rename this as well. So remove this, make this an underscore, make this an underscore. Yes, we missed the I here. Inbox, right? So let's grab the first one. Okay, Accordion, and you can just paste it right in here. Accordion down. Right, let's see what we have. Okay, so we can just remove. Okay, so basically I have some cool transitions here. So we can put that there and remove the chevron down. So the width and the height, you can take that off as well. Another thing we might do is the actual chevron up. So this was chevron down. Copy it and look for chevron up. The chevron down. Ooh, not sure where it's using chevron. That's crazy. Transition, transform, duration, 20. Okay, so we want to know when we are in, say, the active. Chevron down from Lucid React. Okay, so there are a couple of ways we can handle this. If we don't want to do it this way, we can just copy this, put it there as a placeholder. So undo our changes. We have this chevron. You just have to style it to match what we already have, which is here. Obviously, this is the border, and yeah, if I can come here and say border, but I'm placing the actual color. Right, so the width and the height here can just be 3 rem, 3.5. Right, so rounded, which is the radius, is obviously this. Alright, so let's check that out. Okay, not bad. Okay, so this here can actually be the container. Yeah, so we can just put it inside. Okay. If we do that, it doesn't really work. Chevron down is a company from Lucid React. Okay, so let's do Tailwind. So the icon was what I was interested in. Maybe you should basically have a size prop. Yeah, the size prop obviously doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, so I think if we could make it a little bit smaller, that would be nice. Yeah, so let's check this. We have this. We have the color is actually white. So let's change that. Okay, what do we have? Okay, good. It's coming out as expected. Okay, so while we wait for on how to basically can do that, let's see if we can make it, like this, all stacked up. Right. Let's try that. Okay, FAQ section. These are all the items, right? Type, multiple, collapsible. let's try that. That's a new feature. Let's refresh and see if that works. Obviously it doesn't work. Okay. Let's show what multiple do. Right. So this makes proper sense. We can now this grid on grid columns 1 medium, grid columns 2. Okay, press it. So I think the thing we do is to give it a border by the side. Right, so let's see. Let's just do that. Right, so each of the items basically should have a border. So where it's actually obviously better to the right. Right. So this will just give it this kind of, box shape, I think. Right. And yeah, that is almost the same thing we want. Then we need to be able to give it some padding on the sides. I like 3.12. 3.12 rem and py like 1.88. Okay, so the py would be 1.88. Okay, so let's see. Pretty decent, yeah. Okay, so it seems to be too much. Not really. Not really. So what we want to do is that on the left, we can remove the borders on the left and on the right, I think. So yes, on the left and right. That would be so weird. Okay, so okay, let's check this for a smaller screen first. Let's see if the width basically changes here. Yeah, I think it does. It's like 1 rem in the question. Let's apply to what is this? Okay, good. Okay, so one thing we want to do is to make sure there are no borders on the right axis. Right, so let's see how we can achieve it. Border on the left axis are men, so both the top and bottom. Okay, so this is, we can do top. Yeah, but the top and bottom. And alright, let's see what we have there. Oh, supposed to be Y, not X. The Y as X can have those borders, but left and right shouldn't have it. Okay, so if we do that, we prevent these guys from, from basically having that border on the side. Right. Go back to desktop mode. Then we need this border on the side. Okay. So yes, because the way it's set up now, you can hardly. Okay, so I think we have, this is the 0th index, this is the 1, this is 2, so 0, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. So obviously the 0th, the 2, or the 2nd index, the 4th index, the 6th index basically has to have those particular borders. So it's very easy. So we can manipulate the index here to achieve that. So index, what we're going to do is to make sure that this one can actually be within the JavaScript data strings. Right, so there we can be able to perform this, I think. So if index, so I can just write a custom function for it. Okay. Okay, so we can actually pass in the index, obviously number. So if index is equal to, like I said, is equal to 0, return true. S just return false. So refresh this. And we come in here. This is 0. This is 3. This is 5. 0. Oh, this is 2. 0, 1, and 2, I think. And 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 2, 4, and 6. Right, so 2, 4, and 6. 0. Oh no. 2. 4, 6. So these are valid indexes. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we present the actual index, and we can now do, okay, so for the left or whatever, so you can grab this and paste it within here. Yeah, you can do border X here. Let's see how this comes out. I'm really optimistic, but let's see. Okay, good. We're not expecting anything here, but we're expecting something at the right. Yes, at the right, but not at the left. So obviously this is going to be left. I think right. Let's check that out. Okay, impressive. So this is the way we are able to have this kind of tabular kind of representation, right? Just by using borders. Okay. So one other thing is that on desktop there is no spacing between here and here, right? So there's no spacing between here and the what we have on top. All right. So we can as well just remove this separator. Or maybe we can add it. Well, there will not be a margin bottom, I think. So this can just be empty. Yep. Well, it's from the looks of it, it's not really needed here. So we can take it off. So what we will do is after this header, we need to recount the spaces in between. 3.12. Okay, so this should give us a proper kind of setup, right? So let's check it on mobile. Okay, so one other thing I would do is this only applies on medium devices, right? So that mobile can basically have this kind of view, right? So let's go here. You can see on the mobile screen we are seeing the perfect design, just like this. So on mobile we see this, which is expected, right? Okay. Okay, so with this, we've come to the end of the FAQ part, right? So let's worry about the testimonials. We're almost done. Okay, let's see what we can do here. See what we can do quickly. I think we have something like this before, but let's just see. Yeah, so I can use this easily. So that's if it all works. This is obviously the portfolio section. So we're going to paste everything in portfolio under testimonials. Alright, so let's clean it up. So this is import. Right, and obviously we should be good to go. Okay, so we'll close this up. Go to source. You can just close this and close this. You go to component sections, portfolio section. So you can just grab everything here, and you want to put it to testimonials. So before that, we have to leave this and let that work. Okay, portfolio section. Copy the content. Paste it right in here. So we'll change the actual title, and yeah, so let's do this first. Okay, so we're going to use this header, I think twice. Yeah, I think we're using this header twice, by the way. So just have two separate sections like that. So this one will just be straightforward, so we don't need this one in the first one, and we just need the actual title, and then we need the actual description. And then we have the total reviews, and Then we have the 323 as the description, right? And yeah, so let's check this out first. Okay, so what we'll be doing here is to obviously reduce the size of the initial component, right? And it's pretty straightforward. So we just first of all remove some of these cards. These are reusable cards, so we'll be creating these ones. And let's remove this part. Doesn't really hold water, I think. Okay, so now testimonials, what clients see in this should change, I think, in obviously the font size, right? So this and this. So okay, so for the header we can pass in an additional prop called a small. So this prop will be optional. So this is like an optional prop, and the way it was going to work is once we have it, we're going to use it to reduce the actual size of the text, right? So it's very easy. So what we'll do, come in here and make sure we're using JavaScript curly braces. No, I need to use this. Okay, so yeah, right here. So we want to do, if it's small, MD is equal to okay, so don't forget it has to be passed in here. If it's small, use this here. So we'll do the same thing here for description. Description is basically just 1.75. Okay, it's the same. Oh, 1.75, of course. Okay, it's definitely not the same. So what we'll do, we do the same thing, right? And come in here and put that in there. All right, so we can grab all of these contents and place it within the small block, right? So place this one here. So in this sense, we just need this guy, 1.75 right? So we can see it's coming quite well as expected. Total reviews and then 323. So was this what was used in the description part? Obviously not. So if it's small, you want to do text and this. Okay, very good. Very good. So now this is view all testimonials. So grab that content and let's see where that is coming from. Right here. So you replace not. Okay. Yeah, so that should fix it. And we need to increase the width of that button. Let's make it 15. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, so we're now back to the form part. We have to create these custom cards and make sure it really works as expected, right? So we're going to call this, okay, so it's very much the same dynamic content, whatever. So what we're going to do is to create a card here, I think. But I think before we do that, we can as well just put in what we need, like the name and the country. Yeah, we can do that. So grab the name, we got the country. So you can easily grab this, and that would be the country, right? And ideally you would have included the star rating, but for this case we just might not need it. We just need to grab the actual comment, which is obviously the same except in the last one. Okay, so we can just grab the actual review. Yeah, so paste it right in there, and obviously we only have 3 cards, so we can just replicate this. So we grab it and paste it right in here. So the name here is John Smith, right? So we paste it there. So it's obviously from the same country, US, California, right? And the review is still very much the same, so we might not need to even change that part. So then we'll do the last one, and yeah, we'll update the ID and we'll change the name to Samantha Davis. And yeah, we'll just change the actual review. That's something that changes. That's something that changes. Okay, so take that off. It's going to be the testimonial card data. So we need to create a new card. Testimonial card, not CSS. So we can easily have it exported. And meanwhile, we're bringing everything in, right? So obviously these are our strings. Okay, so we have the name, we have the country, and then the actual review. Okay, so that's okay. So now let's worry about how it will turn out. So we obviously have like div, obviously 3 divs, right? So in between is an actual image. So slash images slash let's look at public images and then the rating. Oh, we've saved this before. I'll just look for it again. Not sure about the name we're using saving it. Oh, few legs star. Oh, that's definitely strange. So if we can't really find it, we'll just create a new one. Obviously, we didn't save it. Oh, stars. Fantastic. Alright, so this is stars.png. Star written. Okay, so here we basically have to worry about two other leaves, one on the left and the other one on the right. So this is the left, so this is the right. So on the left we have the name, so on the bottom of it we have the country, right, and then we have this little social media group icon, and lastly, this is actually not a div, it's just the description or the review. So okay, so let's grab this first. So what component uses it the most? Obviously the about component, right? So let's close this out. Source components called about called. So I think this is it. So you can grab that, take it in here, testimonial card, okay, and put it right in here. And yeah, so obviously let's start playing around with the actual card styling. This is this, so we can just copy that. So this is actually custom grade 90, and yeah, okay, so the text is 1.25 rem. The font is obviously 500. So let's do for this one. This looks very similar, obviously the same. So grab the exact class name and put it here. So the only one I might change is this one. So it's using a different color. Just a custom gray, and font size is 125, and it's just 400. Right, so we have to make sure that this and this are positioned separately, space between basically. So that's to say this and this. Okay, so one of the things I noticed is the shape. So we need to export the shape here. Is extremely important. It's a gradient shape right here. So export shape. This one will be on the top right. So we're going to name this top right shape, and bottom left shape. Okay, so always you well you always use the underscore. So we are consistent. Okay. So what we want to do is to bring those into our assets. Our public images, drag this into there, and at the same time, so we have the other button, right? So drag it into it. So in testimonial cards, you can easily just make sure this is relative and create two divs that are obviously absolute. So okay, so top right shape. So similarly, bottom left shape. Okay, so these are absolutely positioned. Okay, so let's see. Comment it out first. Let's see what we have so far. Okay, so we need to bring in our card. And let me just pin this. Pin this. And close out the rest. So what else do we need? Name, country, and review. Yeah, so the key is obviously not portfolio review. So country, we already have the name and then the actual review. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and review.country, and review.name. So for some weird reasons, review is not actually coming up. Oh, it is now. It is now. Okay, so let's give it some sort of height. Right, so what's the height here? No way to basically manage the height here. Some weird reasons. Okay, but what I will do is very much easy. So we will just give it our own height, that matches what we have on design, of course. Let's do 20 rem. Okay, and what else? So this card, for some reasons, basically have the background kind of color. Okay, not really background. So let's select one of the colors. I'll just select this, the same background as this. Okay, and yeah, so we do the same here and set up this in motion. This will be bottom 0 and this will be left 0. Right, and yeah, so the background isn't really what we think, right? So what I would do is to have this duplicated so I can get the actual background. Okay, so we switch back to design mode. Okay, so it seems to be the the actual background, but with reduced opacity, I think. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do, I can just undo design mode and so let's grab this out of there. Okay, so this is the the kind of stuff we have. So this is obviously the background. So let's see how well this comes out. This I think. Okay, so let's see. Exactly as needed. Good job. So now what we would do is to make sure that they are way beneath the actual component. So it's very easy. Include this in both of them. And yeah, so they can actually be easy way. Okay, so I think this one. Okay, so let's do that. Oh, interesting. So we can just make sure that this basically has a higher specificity. Okay, similar thing with the star rating. And also with the review itself. Okay, so I think that should do it for us. Okay. Okay, so let's see. When is this not going down? That's strange. Let's check that out. Oh, now it's gone. Okay, obviously, you can put this back as a div. Oh, still doesn't work. Oh, stars does not work too. No, that is strange. Not sure why this ain't working anymore. Okay. The one on the right has worked. The one on the left, however, has not. Okay. We're giving him like some sort of Z index, and he's really not having it. He's not having it. Okay, not sure why that is happening. Let's comment it out. Okay, so let's I see. This review is still way beneath it. So what else we do to see if that works? No, it doesn't. I'll have to basically investigate this. Not sure why this is happening. Okay. Alright, so ideally Z-index can be weird at times. So what I did was to basically specify a Z-index here for the parent container. So if you notice, if I remove this, right, you can actually see that the actual container doesn't really have much to fall back on. But if you specify a Z-index for the actual container, then you can be able to layer things on different level. So here now we're having like 3 layers, right? So the background, the text itself, and then this shape. So this is why when I added this to the actual relative element, and I come here and basically just take this one a layer below the actual relative element, so we're able to achieve it quite quickly. So the same thing, right? I'll comment this now, and we can actually do the same thing here. I just know that the same thing basically applies, right? So yeah, the same thing basically applies, and let's see. So the padding top is like, I think 3 rem, honestly. Right, so let's do the padding. Let's fix that real quick. I can just do py 2 rem. Okay, so left, right. Well, can I bold this? Basically, it's like 2.5. So that's 2.5 rem. Okay, and yeah, so one other thing, the distance between here and here and here is like 1.87. So we don't need to like specify the multiple places. You can just put it here, remove the atlas index from this and this. Yeah, that should still make it work. Okay. So now one other thing is the border radius, of course. So go in here and we can undo a bunch of these guys. And let's go to, so the border radius is this, is okay. Then we can use this to basically, work on the border radius. Okay. Alright, so now there's still some issues with the size, I think. So very responsive. So now the only issue I think we are having now is obviously the padding and then the border radius. So let me fix one first. In here, we can actually add a border radius border top right. So you paste it in there, and obviously the same thing should apply for the second one. Okay, top right. Oh, it still doesn't work. So let's do this. No, not really the one on the bottom, is the one at the top. There's a problem. Yeah, let's just see. Let's scroll down. Let's just see right here. I'm going to fix this. Okay, why do you think this is happening? Okay, let's reset this. I think this is happening because not sure, not really sure why this goes this way. Alright. Do margin bottom 8. So be able to see the margin bottom. Although the bottom is quite alright, except this part as well. Oh, I see. So let's see if we can bring it down a notch. C10. Obviously, it's still there. Alright, so that's something that I think we can look into. Right, so it shouldn't be there. It's not looking good, I think. Yeah, so most likely it has to do with the position, I think. Yeah, most likely the position. So what I'm going to do now to prevent that issue is to prevent rounding it up in the first place. So what I will round up is top left. Okay, so we can do that. and top right. Let's set it to 0. Okay, so I think that does it. So let's zoom in to make sure we're on track. Obviously not. We're not on track. Oh, I see. The actual problem is coming from. Oh, okay. Right there. Alright, this is the way I want it to be. Way better than the other one. So let's reset this. And yeah, we can work with that. So one other thing I would change, on smaller screens, I want to make sure that the padding in the spacing is not too much on the left and right. The appears can just be 2 or 3. All right, so that's gives us more a decent. Let's check it on mobile. Okay, so it seems the both thing is actually affecting our design here, right? Okay, so let's make sure that the header component is responsive. Right, so come in here, and that should be in common. Okay. Oh, really? So I think it has to do with not the header per se, but the actual stuff. Let's go to services and have all of this fixed. Okay, let's close this. Service section. So we have the header, we have this one, right? Okay. Yeah, right. So let's go on. Yeah, so this will fix here for this case. Okay. So just grab it, just copy it, and let's go to the next section, which is services. What is service section? Photography services. Oh, we have service section twice. Oh, that's supposed to be portfolio. Yeah, obviously. So portfolio. You can come in here and just portfolio. So you can copy this and paste it right in here. So this is the header and this is the other one. So alright. So what else do we have? Okay, seems we are good. Alright, we're good for the most part, except these guys. So let's see how this looks on mobile. Yeah, it still looks good. Yeah, so let's investigate why it is scattering. You need to have some fixed width or something. Okay. Alright, so testimonial code. So we have all of this rounded justified between. This is the width. Let's remove that with, let's see. Still doesn't work. So obviously we have to give fixed width and height to these icons. So let's do 5 rem. 5 rem. So then that's for the first icon. Okay. Do 2 rem. Okay. Too small. And do times 2 of that size. So 4 and 4. Okay. So let's do this for the other parts. Here and here. Okay. And so there's some sort of like white spaces, which is very ugly. And could have been way smaller in these devices, especially small screens. So let's see if we can play with 2 rem ultra. Right, I think we can actually play with this if it's mobile, and obviously update the heights and other stuffs. Right, where we specifying the heights to this thing. Okay, so this is the border rounded, inline, the padding, the gap, and let's remove the width first. See what we have. Okay, so I think ideally we can leave the way it was before, but for medium devices, right? So also here, this was not specified before, but we'll just do this and do MD full MDI full. Yeah, something like that should work for us. So let's check it out on big screens. Yeah, still works. That's very decent. Right, so let's go to a very small screen. It's coming up nice and clear. Alright, so this is looking very good as expected. So what next technically is to start working on this other section. Alright, so we have Deming, and then we have this is like the big test section we talked about. And so let's quickly fix this. So once we get this component from on top, I think from the top, yeah. Okay, so let's see from the up and the page. So we have a large test. Let's close out the thing we do not need. It's quite a code. Alright, so we can just close this out and let's check this large test. So what we're doing is we will go to the hero and pick this, and then we have this. So it's more section first, and then we should be having 2 diffs. So 1, 2. So let me pin this real quick. go to the hero section. Okay, I need to grab the hero marquee. Yeah, this section. Right, so we can actually just grab one of this and use it to forget about the class here. So public images, big test, I think, or large test. Okay, Damien big test, you can use that. So Damien big text underscore place. Okay, and let's see what this gives us basically. Alright, so what we have to do now is to make sure that Damien is positioned to the right and not the left. Alright, so what we're going to do is to position Damien to the right. Okay. Alright, so now we already have a way we separate some of our content by having this px, so we can actually add that to this first part. And yeah, so distance between here and here is like 6.25. Okay, so 6.25 rem. Okay, so to the top, it's even like bigger from the top basically. So the top we can just use 12.5. Interesting. These are just like MP4 for smaller screens, and it's 12.5 rem. So this one will obviously be coming here. Okay, so we can just do 5 on small screens. So 5 rem. Okay. Okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, so these cards shouldn't be too much for the actual navigation. So let's bump the navigation up a bit. So come on. Navbar, is it 20? Okay, so what we can do, should have the IS specificity, I think. Okay, so let's make sure that the mobile works too for this use case. Okay, so it does. Alright, so quickly let's get a hold of the footer itself. Okay, so what do we do from here? So let's close out the things we do not need to the right. Okay, so we'll be using this, I think. This let's work together component right here. So what we'll do is to uncomment the footer from here and open it up, close order, close this, have this pinned right here. Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is to already change this to the section and create a couple of divs. So we have one on the left, one on the far right, then we have the one in between. So this one in between, basically collects a couple of other stuff. So what I will do is wrap everything here in divs of their own. The bottom will just include this part, right? So yeah, so let's start from somewhere. We already have this. Just need to put in all of this. So that's a privacy policy, we can put it in there. And then we have all of this, so you can grab it from any component basically, doesn't really matter. And we use it in testimonial code. Could have easily made this a reusable component, that would have been nice. Right. Yeah, I think I should just make it one. So we'll go to common, create a new file in social let's call it socials. Okay, so you can just reuse it wherever necessary. So we have the socials, and you can just copy all of this and paste it in there. Okay. Right, so that is that for the bottom part. So let's grab the left and right. So here we basically have to okay, so yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this is for the far left. As I mean this part. So I'm going to import the image. Right, so /e left, the symbol left, something like that. So /images/ so stylish-e. Okay. So you have to make sure they are well positioned and spaced. So what we want to do now is you want to like give it a border right and check the behavior. Right. So that's something we can do. Let's try that out. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so this is pretty much very straightforward though. So what we'll do is the component in here should have those borders. Border left, right, or border X, right? So we can now do we give it the actual color. I don't know if we already have that in our setup. No, we don't. It was used in most places. So what I would do is to basically call anything light dark and update the entire code base. Okay, you can just use light dark and paste it in here. So anywhere we see this one, I think. Anyway, we see this. Not sure why it's not coming up. Okay, so let's place this here. So it can be for border most of the time, sometimes BG. Okay, so we just have to know. Okay, so let's do for border first. Okay, whenever we see it this way, we just want to do that. Okay, so let's see where we are using it again. Obviously in BG, right? So we can do BG. This is just like a cleanup basically. So we have the hash there. So we can easily just do BG light dark. Okay, finally let's see where we might be having it again. So you can just individually go into these ones and fix it there. So light dark. Okay, so that should fix it. And yeah, since it will reused, we'll just grab it from here and use. So let's see. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so border X, left and right. So border X. Okay, so now, not really, because this one still has its own, I think. Yeah. So it's really understandable. Alright, so like that. Okay, so where I want to put it out like that is actually here and not here. So you can take it off. I want to put it here per se. So what I want to do is to make sure that this component grows. So let's grow. Okay, you can see that it's coming up nice and clean. And you can now put some paddings in the east part. Right, maybe padding top or something. Well, we'll not worry about that for now. We'll worry about the actual text in here. So this one too has like left and right. So what I can do here is I can create a div. This for the left and this for the right. Okay, so this can actually be for left. Okay, so let's fix it. So grab the entire text. I lost track of the copy. Okay, go in there, paste it in there. And then this part, work together. I think we already have it. We already do. Let's work together. It's on the hero page. So I'll grab it from the hero. I think this is it. So grab it there and paste it in there. Right. Oh, there's actually a typo in the hero and we did not notice. So yeah, this thing that's fixed now. So let's fix this one as well. Okay. Scroll all the way down. So we have the let's work together part. So let's work together. And yeah, so that part is pretty much ready. So we need to style this text. So let's do that. This is what we're using, so we can search for this. Custom gray out. Custom gray out, and this is the size, I think. This is 100, right? And this 120 in here is like 4 rand. Alright, can now do the bottom 8 or 16. So this is 4, right? Okay, let's cancel this out. My bottom 16 obviously is not working. Okay, it's working. Alright, so then we go to this other part. So it will contain like a list of all the links, I think. So this is the right part. So we're going to include a list of all the links here. So let's give it, this is the container. And each of them will have their own modules. Alright, so let's have it. Div. So this will be the header. And divs. Then let's do the separator. And so we write about me, uppercase. Yeah, so let's style this. This obviously this should be a custom mode if I'm not mistaken. And this is the size, so 1.125, and also right there the font is actually 600. And let's copy something similar for the other one, but I just think this is like text white, by the way. Okay, home is coming out well. So about me is actually white. Not really white, but it's a bit bluish. Yeah, it's a bit bluish. It's a very strange one. So we can now come here and do so most of the time the width can just be small. You know, for this separator, just make it like a small width. It's not really detecting that, but that's fine. Try to wrap it on a div and limit that div instead. Exactly. So we'll just do 9 rem, which is pretty decent for most of those links. 5, 6. Still 5 or 6. Okay, that's pretty decent. Does it have its own color? Yeah, it does. So here, this is the official color for it. Super gray. So we can come here. I just change it to super gray color for us, and yes, so the height, just do 2 pixels. Okay, 2 pixels is not bad. Looks more like this is 1 pixel. Look, but 2 pixels is very decent. Okay, so this one between here and here is 1.13. Right, so that's the 1.13 run. Not on this per se, but on here. Okay, so I think that should make it work. So this is the home. Oh, okay. So we need to add more of this section, I think. We have mine works, and yeah, pretty decent. Testimonials. There's a put up in the 7 ring in this case. Obviously it. The distance between here and here is 1.63. Okay, so let's make sure when you override you see that little cursor. That will be the cursor pointer. Right. Okay. So you need to replicate the exact same thing for clients and portfolio and services. So ideally what I do in this case is instead of like repeating these items, that you can just have it created as an actual object and then loop through all of them basically. So what you can do is you can just do clients data. Okay, let's put it side by side. So this will be way much more easier, than having to copy them all the time. So, and we can just give it single apostrophe. Finally, we have this. So these are all the clients. We do the same thing for portfolio as well. We have events, we have portraits, we have branding, we have commercially, and we have the wedding. So this is for portfolio data. First one is client data. And lastly, we have the services. Here we have the portraits. We have the events. So we have the commercial. Right? So you can now play with each of these data and use them. So the same with home, right? So we can just do home data and pass those in. Const home data. So basically we have reference. So what we just do is to look through each of them and have them, intact. So this is data. So let's do item. I can open it up and specify the index. So we can grab all of this. Okay, that's our key. Item goes in there, and so we don't need to specify all of this anymore. This testimonials. This part, and yeah, let's see what we have. Okay, very good, very good. So now let's do similar stuff for clients. Okay, so this is first one. Client data. Okay, good. And portfolio just makes life way easier. You can even go like the extra step, of putting the entire thing in some sort of nested array, so it will still work. So this is actually the portfolio. So portfolio. So what we want to do here is to just use the portfolio data. Yeah, so obviously we have the services. So should be using services data. Okay, so that is it. That's like all we have. Okay, so let's do that. All right, but then we need to make sure that we are placing all of this side by side with let's do it together. So let's make sure that that is the case. Okay, so let's work together in more delightful stuffs. Okay, so let's say this is the left and obviously this is the right. So what I want to do is to justify between So yeah, so this is about it. That's about it. We just need to reposition all of this. And one way we can do that is to check it out and add some necessary patterns to the left, the right, and also to the top. So yeah, let's do that. Here it actually has lots of patterns, like 5 rem on average. So what we're going to do is to the left part. Okay. Yep. We need to add some padding top, to all of this. Okay. So also with the other part, and copy that as the right part. And we need to make sure that these symbols are taken down a little bit. So let's have that there for the symbols. So in symbols case, it's just PT. So we can grab layers as well and place in the last part. Okay, so one of the things now that has not been done at all before we talk about responsiveness is this text. Right, so let's fix all of this text. Obviously this is custom gray, I think. Let's check it out. Custom gray out. Okay, and this will be the font size. Okay, alright, so that's decent. Okay, and then do the vertical alignment. Let's check that out. Okay, so we have padding top, of course. Obviously, right. So we need to specify some distances here, right? So we have 1.25, and yeah, so let's do that. Okay, and the bottom I think is the same thing, so we could just do PY. So PY means basically it applies the same value to both the padding top and the padding bottom. So Y basically means the vertical axis. Okay, so one other thing that we might do is the fact that we need some sort of alignment. So that alignment comes from this, I think, not that one. Yeah, okay. What we can do, we can go to the page. Where's our page? Up page. Yeah, I think something like this. Something like that. So let's push this to the right. Right. Okay, not bad. We can readjust this. Maybe 8. We have some big, I think. Okay, so 10 is pretty decent. Okay, so now we've just done the first part. We need to worry about how it's going to look on similar screens, and this is something we've not really taken a look at, and it's going to be very destructive. We have to basically check that out, and then we can round off. Alright, so let's see first of all the mobile view for it, and this is it quite a lot. Right, so let's do this. Let's come here. Okay. Alright, so first off, let's make sure that these are actually wrapping up and there's a proper gap in between. Right, so specify flex right there, and so this is not supposed to be seen in mobile, so we have to take those off. So we can also specify hidden, enlarge it, and display. So you can do the same thing in the other one. Okay, and looking good already, right? But then still have a lot missing. We have to make sure that these and these are in column, not vertical, and then in column, yeah, not row, basically. So what we're going to do is, I think, let's check this out. This is the left, and this is the right. Okay, so let's justify between. Colon, okay, or large as something like that. Okay, so this should give us a proper breathing space. So let's go again, and we'll go down, so we see much more of a proper view. Okay. Responsive as expected. Okay, so yeah, this is coming up as expected. Now one thing we need to fix real quick is the down part. So from here they have it that it has to be in this format, I think. Okay. So let's put it right for foreign. Let's put it there and see if it's coming up around. So now we only have like a very small, tiny something. So the height is this. And at the same time, the color is this light dark. Okay, and same center for both. This will make them, centered properly. All right, and we need to make all of these column, right, on smaller screens. So how we go about this is very simple. Close this out, and okay, so this is the last part, obviously. So this is where I will be putting the actual logic. So flex column 4 and MD. So MD or large, as the case may be. Flex 1. Okay. So this is the way it's looking now. And there we go here. Okay. So obviously you can just make sure that we're having it as row in extra large. That's not bad. Okay, so what's missing here? Yeah, so I think at the same way. Okay, so extra large for the block and extra large for the block. Okay, so that should remove that. Okay, so let's go to mobile and fix the issues. Okay, so mobile is properly fine. But what was not fine is, okay, so I'm going to just do maybe responsive and drag this to the right. Okay, around here, I think. Yes, around here. So the cards, of course, are flowing out. So this is this is a pretty large device, I think. So okay, so this is the testimonials card. So let's go look into it while that is happening. Okay, so we'll go to cards, go to testimonial cards. Okay, we have the socials here. We have the card itself. So we need this section. Okay, flex column, extra large flex row. Let's add flex wrap there to just be sure it doesn't go out. Okay. I see. That's not good. That's not what we want. So what we're going to do is I think using grid here shouldn't be a bad idea. Right? Not sure why we're using flex, by the way. Grid would have been nicer. So grid. Quick columns 1. Columns 2. And extra large. Grid. Columns 3. Okay. What's going on there? Oh, obviously the the icons. So we can go to this component. Okay, go to socials, and we want to apply this. Even when it's large or extra large, I think I should. Yeah, that should solve the error of flowing out. Okay, so here let's fix this little error. Where is everything coming from? Here, I think. Right. So let's should modify now. Not change it. Why is that? Oh, probably the socials using a card is obviously different from. I don't think so. Let's add anything to make sure it works. Okay, so it's the same card. Obviously not sure why that is. Okay, but then one of the things we can do to prevent this. Okay, so if we remove, okay, let's say this is more of an error. So let me go back to the testimonial sessions. So it's only extra large, we do 3. The rest we just do 2. Yeah, I think that would be very convenient. Yeah, that would be way convenient. Good. So extra large you can render the 3. And if it's medium devices, we can just you can render just the ones needed. Right. So now, oh no, still having this issue. Even in extra large, it still comes up so annoyingly. Yeah, so for that reason, we might want to remove everything on here. So we can just make it like global. So we won't have that issues anyway. Yeah, I think this works. This works fine. So let's resize. So the cars are shrinking. Fantastic. That's the reason why. That's obviously the reason why we're having all of this. And I'm just undo that and make sure that the testimonial cards are actually of a minimum width, right? Yes. So we can go to testimonial cards. Height is 20 rem. We don't need to specify height, by the way. It's not really necessary. Yeah, so we can have that. And so the width on the other end. Okay. Mean width 20 rem. Okay. 30 rem. Okay, very good. So the minimum we can actually be 30 rem. And yeah, we need to look for how the gap will be added. So come in here. Okay, exactly. This is the way we want it to be. And you can just add some gaps in between. Is this already a flex container? I doubt. Or you can just do margin right 8 or 16. Okay, so what we're going to do is to go to section, do a gap in here, and yeah, so we can, the gap is not coming up. That's strange. Okay, it's coming up here. There is some other places just to wrap it. Oh, that's why we needed the flex wrap. I see. So minimum is that, and okay, not sure, but let's try this. Okay, paste it right in here. And we can put the key right here. Cut it and paste it right here. So we just refresh. What's wrong with our server? Just trying to obviously refresh. Okay, scroll all the way down. Ooh, not really. Not good. Okay, doesn't really work, so yeah, it doesn't work, so we can just undo that. And not sure why this card is a little bit problematic. So medium. So maybe 25. Yeah, 25 is pretty decent. So then we can go to the actual socials, and yeah, we can just try to redo what we've done before, like that. Oh no, let's see what's going on. You guys need to remove all of this and the width. Okay, so let's go. Okay, that's okay, quite right. We're almost there, we're not there yet. So we'll scroll here. Oh, at this stage, it becomes problematic, I think. So I think we should just remove the on medium screens only. And if it's extremely small, we can display it. Right? Or if it's extremely large. Right? So this border is for same way you explain this one. So I'm hoping that will take off the border. So let's see. Am I here? Eden not hidden. Okay, so obviously there. Um, so what I will do, right? I think the smartest way to handle this, so there won't be much of a problem, is if it's extremely small, we can display it. Right? If it's medium or large, border none, right? So we can just do. We can remove all of this. Okay, the same thing for large, border none, right? So yeah, this actually helps us better. So if it's small, we have our borders. It's extremely large. Oh, we should have our border if it's large. Of course, it's extremely large, right? Okay. Okay, so this is like the same as a large device. So if it's medium, but I know large, let's leave it out of it first. And let's see. Sure, we're not getting medium, but I know. Okay. And then obviously specify is border like that. Wow, that's very strange. Could it be because of inline flex? That shouldn't be because of inline flex. Okay, so we still need the border to appear. Okay, so large border, then borderline. Okay, maybe I oh, medium upward. This obviously is overriding what we have here. Okay, so let's see. Do we have it on small device? Yes, we do. This one is not open issues. Okay, yes, this is where we want to solve this one. So I think I can actually define a custom query for this. You're starting from here, right, to here, I think. So it's really messy there. And I think it could be because of the name, right? So one way we can do this smartly is we can reduce the amount of words in Samantha. Div, something like that. Not sure, but I just think this is something that can lead to issues. I thought as much, right? So the name was too long. So normally what you do in these cases is that you form it into ellipses, right? Like dot 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 and all of that. You can just write a custom function that does that. So let's take an overview, make sure we're on the right track. Okay, so one thing I need to fix quickly is the navigation here. Let's add a proper what they call it, border width to here. So let's copy that. Just paste it. You want to locate where we have it, which is here, of course, and this is where we have our border. I think this have his own border too. Okay, so border top left, right. So yeah, top left is rounded. Other right 4. Let's see how that comes up. Oh, okay. So even if you do that, oh, okay. Let's remove that and probably let's do outline super gray. So outline super gray doesn't really cut it because it's trying hard to get what is within there. So specify the outline. Obviously remove the border, I think. Okay, so we can remove the border. Alright, so this outline solid. So 1 pixel. And let's see. Okay, perfect. Here's the way I want it to be. So now we can see when we specify the outline of 1 pixel, we no longer have that phoning, kind of line. That's a very little detail, but we've been able to round that off successfully. Okay, so going to close. First of all, check it on mobile, small one. Let's do iPhone 12. Let's reset the default. Okay. Let's scroll down. Okay, so we still have issues with this card. Okay, yeah, it's actually with the minimum width. So the minimum width here, it only applies on medium. I shouldn't apply on mobile devices, right? So yeah. Okay, so that's very decent. So from here you can see we have it working as expected. And let's see, check out our devices. Okay, quite right. Oh, okay, I see. Social media icon. You are very problematic. We don't want to see you on small screen. You can also just take it off. There's no point. Okay, so we'll take those borders off, and yeah, should be good. Okay, so let's kill it, and yeah, finally, right? So I think that is all. There's nothing left. So guys, finally we've come to the end of this session, and yeah. So basically, what I'll be doing now is to just try to build. So if the build is successful, I'm going to deploy it over cell. So let's make sure that we're building, and we're building well. So first of all, I normally check is we're using the image component. I check my ARS lint.arc. So what I normally add is in the rest of my project, right? So I can just like open up one of my projects, repositories. Okay, so let's see. I think this one. Okay, so let's see what we basically have there, right? It's always something I specify. So when we're building, it's what we just ignore this rule because we're using a normal image component, right? So what we're going to do is to try to build from build but build. All right, so this is going to try to build the actual the actual project. And let's see, close it up. So let's see if our build is successful. If it's failing, we just have to correct the errors and rebuild. So it's trying to build now. Okay, we can as well just remove all these comments since it's no longer useful. So go through everything, make sure it's well formatted, and nothing is really of an issue. So it's still building, I think. It's trying to run this. So give it time to do that. And while it's actually building, let's just take a tour of the application once again. Okay, great. So let's inspect and see how the mobile is coming along. See that it's coming in way very nicely. It's a good thing. And, yeah, pretty decent. Okay. Right. So let's see our building status. Oh, we have lots of errors. Oh, it is regarding the apostrophe, I think. So an about card and service card. So let's fix those. In about card. So where are we having that? Oh, right here. Just do and apostrophe. Right. So where do we have it? In the service card, line 24. Service card line 24. That should be around here, I think. Okay. Apostrophe. And over your service card line 25. Oh, we still have it. Okay, so now we're done and just try to rebuild. So why is actually rebuilding? It's actually very evident that everything will work as expected. I'll just do show and push these changes to the new repository. And what I want to do is to add all components to the portfolio index page. So commit these changes. Okay, so sync changes. Okay. So this is going to sync now, and we're going to have our remote repository updated. So we just wait for it to sync, and once it's done syncing, we don't have to wait, right? So this is actually syncing. We can actually open up Vercel and go to dashboard. So what I want to do quickly is to deploy that project. Hopefully it must have synced properly by now. Obviously this should be a network issue, I think. Right, so yeah, it's well synced. So what I want to do is to create a new project. right? So new project. Oh, slow network, I think. Yeah. So we need to import Git repository, right? So this, just import this, right? So deploy. So this is going to deploy, and yeah, the building process has started, right? So yeah, so why is actually building? We can go to the actual repository. I think this is it. So you can go in here, and then you see that the main branch has been updated, right? So now we'll wait for it to build and do all those stuff, and then yeah, it should be deployed to resell in a moment. Right, so we just wait for it to deploy. Average, I think it takes on average about 2 to 5 minutes, right, for deployment to be successful. Right, so we just hang in tight, and it will took lesser than that. Fantastic. So continue to dashboard, and yeah, so we actually have it. It's coming in nice and clean. And when you click on visit, so you can see it's trying to load our assets, right? So it will load everything now. You can see that this has been successfully deployed to Oversell. So this is the about me section. Scroll down. This is the event section. So our images we try to load. I think I'm having like extremely slow internet connection here, right? And yeah, so ideally you just see everything you want seen in the local one. So this is what you still see in the actual website, right? So yeah, and thank you guys, and I'll catch you on the next one.